some fresh air. Yeah, I didn't want to sit in the front row. It is, it's a COVID thing.
All right, we're going to start the meeting now, everyone. Our mayor is joining us by Zoom, and he will call the meeting to order.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular meeting of Solvang City Council, Monday, December 14th. I now call the meeting to order at 6:32 p.m. Please take the roll call.
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Uhrig.
Here. And Councilmember Clark, would you please lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, please stand, place your right hand over your heart, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is ceremonial items and commendations. We have 3 proclamations on the agenda, and I know Mayor wanted to add one more. Would you like to read those, Mayor, online, or would you like Mayor Pro Tem to read them from the audience here or from the City Hall?
Mayor Pro Tem, it would be better, I believe, there.
Okay, thank you.
Arona, thank you.
Okay.
All right. For the first item, we have the proclamation in recognition of Solvang's founding in 1911 and the town's 110th anniversary. This proclamation is presented to the Everhoy Museum of History and Art and Esther Jacobson Bates, the executive director, and celebrating the launch of a year-long celebration of our heritage and history. Esther, would you come up and receive the proclamation?
And if you would actually read the proclamation.
All right. So whereas 110 years ago this week, on January 12, 1911, nearly 9,000 acres of land were purchased for a new Danish colony in the Santa Ynez Valley. And whereas 110 years ago, the town was given the name Solvang, literally sunny field in Danish. And whereas the founding of our agricultural town was based on the deeply held principles that included community and education, and whereas the Everhoy Museum of History and Art is the keeper of the town's history, and whereas the mission of Everhoy Museum of History and Art is to collect, preserve, and exhibit the history and Danish culture of Solvang and promote the arts. And whereas the City of Solvang wishes to recognize the Everhoy Museum of History and Art and Executive Director Esther Jacobson Bates for highlighting the 1911 founding of Solvang, and whereas Everhoy will mark Solvang's 110th anniversary with special exhibitions, programming, a historical series highlighting community milestones and events when allowed. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona, on behalf of Mayor Charles Uhrig, on behalf of the Solvang City Council, on this 12th day of January 2021, do hereby applaud the Everhoy Museum of History and Art and Executive Director Esther Jacobson Bates for efforts made on behalf of the community of the City of Solvang. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's my first time here addressing this new council, so welcome, everybody. And also welcome to our mayor virtually tonight. Zena asked me to speak here briefly about our town's anniversary and the history. So when visitors come to Solvang today, they come and they see our picturesque downtown, our half-timber buildings, our Danish-style buildings and windmills. But there's a big story behind those, and it's a fascinating and unique story that goes back 110 years. Solvang began as the dream of 3 Danish immigrants living in the Midwest. They wanted to establish an agricultural town here on the West Coast based on the deeply held principles of community and education, a town where Danes could band together for mutual support. After an extensive land search in Northern California, they arrived in the San Ynez Valley in fall of 1910, riding the narrow gauge railroad from Harford's Wharf up in the San Luis area and down to Los Olivos. The land they saw had once been part of a sprawling Mexican-era Rancho San Carlos de Honda land grant. Later, that was purchased by R.T. Buell. You know that name from the town of Buellton. R.T. branched it until a drought hit, and he was forced to, in 1890 to sell about 10,000 prime acres. Interestingly, this was an area where he had once hoped to build a town. As isolated and remote as the San Ynez Valley was at the time, the founders saw possibilities that made it a viable location for a new town and a Danish folk school. The soil looked promising for agricultural production. The San Ynez River, not yet dammed, flowed freely. And best of all, the price, $338,000, was within their reach. Wouldn't we all like to buy $40 an acre property? They incorporated their informal land search committee as the Danish Colony Corporation. On January 12th of 1911, that's 110 years ago tomorrow, they signed an agreement offering a down payment and a promise to pay installments yearly of $100,000 for 3 years. Within a month, settlers began to arrive, and a name was selected, as you heard, Solvang, or as we say it, Solvang, sunny field, in Danish. Solvang grew quickly. The entrepreneurs built new businesses that provided goods and services to the community and the surrounding valley. Atterdag College was built on the hill overlooking town that educated young adults, and it became the embodiment of the town spirit. So how do we become what we are today? Well, that happened post-World War II, and you can blame it on the media, specifically the Saturday Evening Post. January of 1947, they ran a big feature story, and Solvang was seen in nearly every home in America. Enthusiastic tourists started visiting. They were looking for what the Post called Little Denmark. The town turned to tourism with an ever-increasing success, emphasizing Solvang's heritage. Downtown structures, originally built in a kind of a Western style, were remodeled to the look we know today and also used in new construction. The Danish culture was now displayed in the town's look as well as woven into everyday life. To me, perhaps one of the most astonishing aspects of Solvang, though, is that it's survived where many larger, more established Danish communities in the United States did not. Unfunded financial obligations nearly caused the young colony to fail. But not only did Solvang's founders avert failure, they established a community that grew and thrived and is known nationally and internationally. Solvang's evolution from a rudimentary beginning into a success story was driven by perseverance and collaboration, a blending of American economic ideals with Danish community cooperation. I think this will carry us forward into a new decade now, especially during this time when we have really unprecedented challenges. Elverhøy will be celebrating, as we said, throughout the year. We're calling it Skål Solvang, celebrating 110 years of history and culture. We'll have pop-up displays in downtown storefront, an email series highlighting community milestones, and when it's allowed, we're going to have special exhibitions and events. So thank you for this honor. I appreciate the proclamation, and I'm here also with congratulations to the Chamber, who are receiving a proclamation tonight as well to celebrate 100 years. So, Skål Solvang.
Well, thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. And now the second proclamation.
The second proclamation is in recognition of the contributions made by the Solvang Chamber of Commerce that is celebrating its 100th anniversary. Whereas the Solvang Chamber of Commerce began as the Solvang Businessmen's Association on January 16, 1921, 10 years after the founding of the Danish colony of Solvang. Whereas the City of Solvang wishes to recognize January 16, 2021 as the 100th anniversary of the Solvang Chamber of Commerce and its long and storied history of the City of Solvang. Whereas the mission of the Solvang Chamber of Commerce is to be a champion for business, provide advocacy, education, and resources for the business community. Whereas the Solvang Chamber of Commerce is dedicated to fostering a vibrant Solvang small business community through a wide range of resources and education, such as Santa Barbara Development Center, the Small Business Association, Economic Development Collaborative, and SCORE. Whereas the Chamber works closely with the City of Solvang by informing and sharing the concerns of the business community to ensure a business-friendly environment, whereas the Chamber has taken the lead in ensuring our local businesses are informed about compliance with various COVID restrictions. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Orona, on behalf of Mayor Charles Ulrich, on behalf of all of us at the Solvang City Council, on this 16th day of January 2021, do hereby thank the Solvang Chamber of Commerce and Executive Director Tracy Leverly Beard for the many contributions they make on behalf of the City of Solvang. Tracy, will you come up? Thank you so much.
Believe it or not, I'm not Tracy.
Mr. Jack Williams, thank you. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
I'm Jack Williams. I'm the new president of the chamber, and thank you very much. I just wanted to make a few remarks and point out some accomplishments that the chamber has done over the last 3 or 4 years, starting about 3 years ago with the floods in the 101 freeway down south. The chamber assisted 37 local businesses in obtaining emergency grants and free business advice through the Economic Development Council. And in addition, through the Econ Alliance, we've developed STEM and STEAM programs in Solvang schools. And the chamber, as one of our highlights, won a Telly Award a couple of years ago for its television advertisement featuring women in business in Solvang. This was a big deal in that we were in competition nationally, including ad agencies in New York and in LA. Through the efforts of Tracy Beard, our executive director, the city of Solvang is in the pipeline for a federal rural prosperity infrastructure grant and sewer water improvements. We are also the Small Business Development Center office for Northern Santa Barbara County. We provide business advisory services for free of charge to all North County businesses. These free services include a broad range of business assistance, including helping businesses obtain COVID financial assistance. In particular, in the capacity as the SBDC office, last year the Solvang Chamber helped local businesses obtain funding of more than $1.5 million through the PPP, EIDL, and unemployment insurance programs. We are currently helping local businesses apply for California Small Business Grant Program and new rounds of PPP, EIDL, and unemployment insurance. And in these tough times, this next year is going to be challenging. We hope to work with the city council in helping our businesses survive and prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack. I did want to just interject real quickly. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there are also those loans programs and the grant programs that you were referring to, Mr. Williams, that the chamber is assisting our local businesses. The deadline was extended to this end of this week as opposed to last Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So just if you could expound on that, just encourage all of our local businesses to check it out from your services. Thank you.
Yes. So if you can, if you're interested in getting a loan or a grant, please make a call to the chamber office and talk with Tracy and her staff, and they will assign an advisor and help you through the problems in applying for these programs. They're very experienced in it, and it's all free of charge. It just takes a phone call and a little bit of time talking with the chamber people. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jack. Appreciate that. And Mayor Pro Tem Arona, if you could read the next proclamation.
The next proclamation is recognizing the month of January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, wherein victims are forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex acts and other services that are induced through force, fraud, and coercion. And whereas due to its isolated and discrete nature, many individuals across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in their communities, and whereas it is estimated that more than 40 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking, and whereas human trafficking victims face a cruelty that has no place in a civilized world. It is a crime that can take many forms and one that tears at our social fabric, debases our common humanity, and violates that we stand for as a country. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to creating legal frameworks for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those engaged in it. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, and that California ranks #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role all Solvang residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes. Now, therefore, I, Claudia Arona, in behalf of Charlie Ulrich, do hereby recognize January 2021 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in our city of Solvang, and I call this observance to the attention of all our citizens. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Solvang, California, to be affixed this 11th day of January 2021.
Thank you so much.
I believe we have a representative perhaps online from the Santa Barbara Human Trafficking. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm with my name is Allison Wales. I'm with the Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center here in North County. And I am also here on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force that deals with sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. And I'm going to go ahead and read my statement so I won't mess it up here. So it has been said that when you know better, you do better. For the original members of the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force and the many community members and organizations to follow, this is a very true regarding human trafficking that includes sex and labor trafficking, as well as CSEC, which is commercially sexually exploited children. The task force is a collaboration between county agencies, nonprofits, and faith-based organizations that have forged a path since 2013 to provide safe housing, counseling, other resources, education, and prevention programs to the entire county. We continue to grow in our collaboration and strength to the support that our local cities and county government provides to us. While January is recognized as Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and the task force, along with its partners, have several events planned for the month, it is not the only time of year we present education and prevention programs. Since just 2017, over 100 trainings were conducted with over 2,700 participants, of which 503 were to our local law enforcement partners. Education regarding previous assumptions, automatic beliefs, and even verbiage in describing victims is the only way to truly learn how to understand and help these survivors. The task force also provided 120 outreach and prevention programs across the county. Many people want to believe that this is a problem that is brought into our county from Vegas or other parts of the 101. But the fact is, it is local people who are buying and selling our local women and girls, and even boys. Since 2017, of the 173 law enforcement investigations, 51% of the traffickers were from Santa Barbara County, 92% were locals buying the sex. From these investigations, there were 176 survivors, 43% were from Santa Barbara County, and 31% were 17 and younger, as young as 12 and 13. Please remember that these survivors have had law enforcement interaction. This does not necessarily include all the possible victims that have been identified by community agencies, schools, and families that have noticed several red flags in behavior or people and things around the possible victim and are seeking help for them and their family. The task force provides ongoing case management, emotional and moral support, including mental health, criminal justice system advocacy, financial assistance, and personal items such as food, clothing, and even hygiene, of which donations are still accepted. Tomorrow is Wear Blue Day for Trafficking Awareness, and on the 12th as well, the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center will offer a Spanish-speaking Facebook Live awareness event, very similar to the events that we have for the English speakers quarterly regarding human trafficking. For future dates and how to donate, I will forward a link to the city to post if possible, or check out our local Facebook account as well. That has information regarding Santa Barbara Act. And on behalf of the task force, thank you so much for your continued support and our second proclamation from the city. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the work that you guys do. And just happy that we're able to recognize you. And as you mentioned, it isn't just for the month, it's year round. So just encourage everyone to keep your eyes open and don't be afraid to say something. Thank you again for being here. And Mayor Pro Tem Arona, would you please read the last proclamation that I've added?
The last proclamation is in recognition of service and daily sacrifices by local law enforcement deputies and officers, the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day 2021, and the 3rd anniversary of the devastating Thomas debris flow. Whereas in recognition of the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day 2021, and whereas in the 3rd anniversary of the devastating Thomas debris flow, and whereas to thank you and to show support for our local law enforcement deputies and officers and to recognize their service and daily sacrifices, and whereas we want you to know that you are valued and we appreciate your service, and whereas many of you responded to the communities of Santa Barbara and Montecito in order to reach for and rescue survivors, putting your own lives on the line. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Orona, on behalf of Mayor Charlie Uhrig, on this 9th day of January 2021, do hereby applaud local law enforcement deputies and officers for their service to our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I believe we have CHP Officer Joel Asmussen from our local office to accept on behalf of the CHP office. And then I believe Lieutenant Green is in there as well.
Yes.
Great. We can make those presentations to them. Thank you.
Do you want to say anything, sir? Go ahead. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Uhrig. On behalf of the local CHP office and my lieutenant, Lieutenant Kevin Kirker, we'd like to thank you for this proclamation, and we appreciate the gesture from the city, and thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Pro Tem Mayor, thank you. Councilman, thank you. We do appreciate it. Members, your men and women of the Sheriff's Office who support you and serve you appreciate this acknowledgement. As you know, the last year has been a very challenging year for everyone, and needless to say, we fared our fair share of that one. And this is really nice to be able to accept this and take it back to the office and tell them all that you guys said thanks. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you both for being here. I appreciate that. And now, Madam City Clerk, will you please read into the record the statement about public participation?
So the next item is public communications, written or verbal. The city welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. State law does not allow the council to discuss or take action on issues not on the agenda, except that members of the council or staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights. Staff may be asked to follow up on such items. We will start with public comment in person. Would anybody in person like to make comments on items not on the agenda?
Greetings, council members. I am the Reverend Chris Brown, pastor at Bethania Lutheran Church here in Solvang. To the newly elected, congratulations, and to all 5 of you. I really hope that you know that I keep all of you in my prayers, and am excited with the leadership going forward in this year for our community. So thank you all so much. I'm sure that all of you know that every Tuesday, Bethania holds an emergency food distribution to address food insecurity in our valley that has been exacerbated by COVID-19. I know that some of you have volunteered at our distribution. If you haven't been by, I really encourage you to come by on a Tuesday at 5:15 and just see the magnitude of this need and this operation. When the first shutdown occurred because of COVID-19 on March 19th, Bethania held its first food distribution the following Tuesday on March 24th, under the leadership of 2 of our church members, Linda Marzullo and Donna Hinsbeck. We've gathered every Tuesday since, and tomorrow will be our 43rd consecutive week of distributing food to people in this community. We started off by serving 169 households our first week, and now we are serving roughly 350 households, which comes out to around 1,200 to 1,600 people every week, with dozens of new households coming for the very first time each week. We've been able to do this because of our partnership with Santa Barbara Food Bank and Veggie Rescue, which brings a bulk of our distributed food, and they have been an indelible resource to this need. However, because food needs are so vast across the county and because these 2 organizations are helping in so many places, we do not always know what we're getting week to week. We are committed to providing comprehensive nutritional packages of food to each household, and thus we have had to supplement what we receive by purchasing food from our own funds. Currently, we are spending just over $2,000 each week to supplement what we receive from Food Bank and Veggie Rescue, and packing over 500 bags each week for distribution. Additionally, we discovered early on that baby diapers and wipes and incontinence supplies for adults were a huge need, since they cannot be purchased with income assistance such as SNAP. We have been able to fund this entirely through donations from individual community members and grants from community organizations. 100% of the money donated is used to pay for these needs. 0% is used for any administrative costs, and we don't use this distribution to push any religious material or ideas. We simply want to be a partner to our community and help address this need as best as we can. I'm speaking today to ask the City of Solvang to commit any financial aid it is willing to give to this food distribution, as the vast majority of folks who come are from our very own community. As cases of COVID-19 continue to rise exponentially in our county and valley, this need will be around for a long time, and we are committed to provide this food distribution as long as it's needed. I thank you for your time, and again, my prayers go with all of you in your time as our council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Chris.
Is there any more comment on items not on the agenda or consent agenda in person? I see one more.
Good evening, Mr. Virtual Mayor and Council. I think it's wonderful that we're celebrating the anniversary of Solvang, a beautiful city, which is the capital of the San Ynez Valley. What occurs here, what is done here, is an enhancement to businesses throughout the valley, and I think that's critically important, and that should be celebrated. However, I believe it was 2 weeks ago that Solvang was invaded by a rowdy group motivated by a certain political passion. On this pleasant Sunday afternoon, there was a gathering, apparently sponsored by a group that calls itself the Alliance for Truth. While the gathering was sparse, the usual children, parents, and passersby looked on. Cars, motorcycles, and individuals carried the American flag, defaced by slogans for the Second Amendment and other assumed rights. One sign held by an attractive young woman read, "God, guns, and Trump." In retrospect, this otherwise peaceful assembly presaged the unfortunate doings on January 6th in Washington. However, let all that be as it may. My concern tonight is that one such sign said, and I'm sorry, "Fuck Biden and fuck you if you voted for him." I approached the young man who apparently had assembled the banner on which these words were written and criticized him for the profanity. His response was, "Well, fuck you if you don't like it." Given his knotted fists and his move toward me, I thought better of what would have probably been a physical altercation, which I might have lost. I went home with high hopes that the council, as well as the group that calls itself Solvang Strong, that has come to power recently, might condemn this disgusting display of profanity. However, what I recently read was the city's anemic rejoinder citing the right of assembly and free speech. It's apparent that whoever wrote this in behalf of the city had not the remotest idea of the various meanings inherent in the First Amendment. So profanity like "fuck Biden and fuck you if you voted for him" is speech labeled obscene, and it has actually been excluded from the First Amendment. Further, if that speech provokes actions that might incite violence, it's also excluded. Thus, these profane words almost provoked a confrontation between myself and the standard bearer. Let's take another look at the protections of the First Amendment. If a person engages in profane fighting words or utters a true threat with profanity, that too is not protected speech. Profanity can be regulated under certain circumstances consistent with the First Amendment. Profane rants that cross the line into direct face-to-face personal insults or fighting words are not protected by the First Amendment. In one of many court cases, this one, Watts versus the United States, established that profanity spoken as part of a true threat does not receive constitutional protection. Thus, "fuck you if you voted for him" seems a true threat. I asked the council to revisit this and aggressively condemn what happened on that pleasant sunny Sunday in the park. It seems appropriate that a lovely town like this, with an anniversary that's quite extensive, and all of the wonderful things that have been spoken of this evening and that have been done to the valley, apologize to the public for what happened on that lovely Sunday afternoon. And thank you, and I'm sorry if I offend someone's sensibilities, but this is an existential fact. Thank you, folks.
Is there any
you.
more comment in person on items not on the agenda? Seeing none in person, we'll go to Zoom first and then phone. Would anybody on Zoom like to make a comment on items not on the agenda or the consent agenda? Please raise your hand. Or unmute yourself. See none.
I was here, Xenia.
We have somebody.
Yeah, I put my hand up, Sheila Benedict.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm speaking on behalf of a number of people, and I'm sorry that you can't see me. I had surgery last week, and I'm having surgery at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I chose not to be seen. However, this is very important. We had a terrible incident in Washington, D.C. last week, and I'm following up on this man that just spoke, and I am very concerned about Solvang. I'm a resident of Solvang. I've lived in the San Ynez Valley for over 25 years. And I am certainly hoping that this council is working with law enforcement, and not only for the city of Solvang, but the whole valley. And I don't know what it is. I don't care because I don't want it publicized. I have family and friends that have been in both federal, state, and local law enforcement for many years, so I'm aware of it. But I'm asking you, I'm begging you to work with law enforcement and keep this city and this valley and this county and all the way up safe for everybody, starting Wednesday and continuing on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anybody else on Zoom would like to make a comment? Please
Yes,
raise your.
please, I would like to comment.
Okay, who is this?
Good evening, my name is Valerie Kissel,
Go
and
ahead.
I'm the CEO of San Ynez Valley People Helping People. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank city leadership for permitting our agency the use of Veterans Hall for our holiday Fulfill-A-Wish boutique. In collaboration with other partners, Toys for Tots, the Buellton Rotary, and the Los Olivos Rotary, we were able to provide gifts to low-income and struggling families here in the Valley. Just to let you know, we served 489 individuals compared to only 220 in 2019. I was very happy that Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Orana and city staff Jenny McClurg were able to come to the Veterans Hall and to see firsthand the services that were being provided. I'm really new to the role here at People Helping People, but I'm looking forward to future partnerships with other agencies in our area and the city, specifically in the areas of emergency services, homelessness prevention, and also reducing food insecurity. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all again.
Thank you. Would anybody else on Zoom like to make a comment? Please use the hand on the app of Zoom to raise your hand. That way it pulls your name up on top of the screen. I'm seeing no hands raised. Would anybody else like to make a comment? I'll give you a chance to unmute yourself. Would anybody on phone like to make a comment? Use *6 to unmute yourself. Seeing no more comments.
All right. Thank you so much. We will now move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you. So today's city manager's report, I would like to start with some recaps of the past few weeks. We are now past our Yule Fest season, which is one of our most busy seasons, especially in the winter for the city of Solvang. That is when traditionally our businesses collect the most of their revenue to survive through the next couple of months, which the month of January is usually slow. You will be receiving a much more detailed update on marketing from IDK later today as part of the agenda. But I just want to note that we have now completed the Yule Fest season. We did not, unfortunately, hold the tree burn, and that was noticed to the city via a press release to local news and also on our website. that due to concerns with COVID-19 and all of the logistics and our ability to make sure that there would be no crowds, we felt that it was best to just cancel the tree burn, which usually concludes the Yule Fest celebrations. But we did offer a side pickup for the Christmas trees. And we also, because of all the to-go orders, are seeing a continuous increase, or so a lot of increase over the holidays in trash as everybody gets their to-go containers. So we increased collection from 2 times a day to 4 to 5 times a day, and also added additional trash cans everywhere in the tourist downtown area. Now, moving on to some of the upcoming items that should be of notice to our audience and our community is that we are moving forward with a general plan update. Our first community workshop and the council study session is going to be scheduled for February 6th. That is on your advanced calendar. There will be a newsletter going out with the next utility bill in January, informing everybody in the city of Solvang, that's a utility customer, that the first workshop will be held on February 6th. We do anticipate that given the current COVID conditions, this would be a remote virtual event, but we are still very much looking forward to it. And really the purpose of the first workshop is to inform the community as to what is a general plan update, what does it entail, what will be the process, why should they be interested, and how they can participate. So as part of this process, we have developed a specific logo that will identify itself not just as something that's part of the city, but to this process within itself. So you will see that everything will be branded with this kind of logo to indicate to people that this is part of the general plan update. There is going to be a dedicated website. We'll also have a link to the website from our city website for the general plan itself. And within that website, we will be posting all documents that have to do with the general plan update, any notices. There will be opportunities for people to make comments there, to sign up for email notification system, and that website will be going up and will be available as of next week. Now, just another positive note about the pickleball courts. We are still proceeding with that project. This is a thank you to all of our staff in the city, especially Public Works and Recreation Coordinator, working on this project. We have heard from residents over the past several years the desire to have pickleball courts. We had tentatively location already picked out next to the tennis courts at the Hans Christian Andersen Park. It was going to be fairly costly, up to $90,000. That kind of stopped the project before, but staff has moved forward as volunteers wanting to make this happen for the community. So this project is ongoing with city staff and different donors, including contractors, helping with this project, and it's being all completed with in-house resources, and it will only cost the city about $20,000. We do ask people to donate if they would like to, and if they would like to donate, they can call our city hall at our standard number, 805-688-5575, or email us at cityhall@cityofsolvang.com, and we would be happy to help them with that donation. Now, just a few other updates. We are proceeding with the general plan fees update and cost allocation that has been long overdue. We have selected and are in process of executing the contract. This was done through an RFP process, and the budget was already allocated as part of the current financial plan. The work product is expected to be completed for the new fee schedule to go into effect as of July 1, 2021. As I mentioned, this was long overdue, and many fees had not been updated since the city actually incorporated in our building and planning, and other fees have not been updated since 2004, which means we are definitely not recovering our full cost recovery. Now, we will also be moving forward with the water and wastewater fees update. That is also part of the what was already authorized with the financial plan. That is an important project as well, to look at our water structure and our water rates that have not been touched since 2015. And then, of course, for the wastewater fees update, it's very important with the wastewater treatment plant upgrade moving forward. And this structure needs to be in place in order for the city to be able to do any kind of financing to fund that project or finance that project. So that RFP will be going out this week. We are continuing to work on the permitting software for all of our permits, including building planning, code enforcement, public works. It will automate the system. We expect to go live in the summer, which will then definitely very much improve our paper-based process. And we'll automate that, create new efficiencies, and also allow for self-service, which is very important because a lot of our work takes the communication with our clients. So they would be able to go online, see exactly where their project is, and create additional efficiencies there. Now, in communications, I would just like to mention that this financial plan, once again, does include an update to our website. Our website has not been updated for a while, and we have heard some feedback that there could be an improvement in content. We do agree with that, and with a first step that we recommend and are going to be moving forward is to open up a survey for public input to receive some feedback on the content for this. Following the survey, we'll continue to refine and finalize the RFP for the website, and then that would be issued, and we will move forward with implementation this year. Now, we'll continue to implement the newly implemented program of the quarterly newsletter. You just saw, or the community saw, the edition that was the winter edition, and the next edition will be coming out in April 2021. For the spring, and that letter is meant to really update everybody in our community about the important events that have occurred, what actions the city has taken in one publication, also provide with what should be the community, what are the events that are coming up that the community should be looking for in the upcoming months, and what projects of significance we are working on. Now, just to mention on recreation programming, once again, COVID-19 has been significantly impacting us. So unfortunately, we couldn't do fun things like Christmas lights and sights that usually takes place over the holidays. But we've improvised and had a virtual event where we had a map with all the homes that were worth going to see. And that was actually viewed 800 times. So I think that was a successful COVID-19 modified version. We also have the winter 2021 recreation calendar ready. However, that is definitely subject to COVID-19 guidelines and restrictions in terms of what programs would actually be held. And we do ask that registration for those programs happens very close to when the event is actually happening to avoid registration and cancellations. We do have the Boys and Girls Club, which the council approved, now working from the City Hall, so that's available to our Solvang families, and they are now in the Veterans Hall, large hall. Now, something to think about for the advanced calendar is the state of the city. As it's been mentioned earlier today, this is another big anniversary, marking the 110th anniversary for the city of Solvang. Generally speaking, February, late February, early March is the time frame to hold the state of the city. It may still have to be, unfortunately, COVID-19 virtual event. We'll have to play it by the week and see how we can hold that event. But it is time to start thinking and working on that. And I'm hoping that the city will definitely continue to partner with the Elverhoy Museum of History of Art in marking this 110th celebration for the city of Solvang. Now, moving on to the advanced calendar, on January 25, you will have the Brown Act training that we have talked about before as newly elected council. And we will also be discussing the second quarter financial report and the mid-year adjustments. So this would be the item where we would look at our revenue and expenditure trends to date, as of this fiscal year, look at the potential COVID impacts and where we are. And I will be coming to you with any potential budget adjustments that I would recommend at this point. Now, the next item will be the grant funding policy review. That's the policy where the city of Solvang has been traditionally awarding grants to different nonprofit organizations. And that will be coming up to you to make policy decisions in terms of what type of grants and what type of activities you may be considering for funding with the next budget year. And then the last item there will be coming from Public Works on the wastewater treatment plant Alternative 3 versus Alternative 2 considerations. We will be providing you with the history on this project and why we are where we are today and what are some of the benefits of each of those alternatives. At that point, you will be needing to make that decision. As I mentioned earlier, there's the February 6th is scheduled to be the general plan update, first community workshop, which will also be structured as a council study session. And then the rest of the detailed advanced calendar is available in the agenda packet, which takes you through all the items through June 30, 2021. And that concludes my city manager report. We can't hear you, Mayor.
I guess it would help to unmute myself. Are there any questions of the city manager for the report?
Nope.
I do have one question. I did notice all the pickup trash that has been added. There are added trash cans as well. There was some question about the public regarding the bathrooms. Do we have a schedule for when they're open and closed?
Yes, we have a schedule when they're open and closed.
Okay.
They're closed during the night, essentially, and open during the day.
Okay. There were just some concerns about them closing too early some days and others. So I was just wondering, and I think we should consider, I know that it might be tempting to close them earlier on the Sundays or during holidays, but that's actually when we need them the most. So I would just encourage staff to double check that the restrooms are available to visitors whenever they are needed.
Thank you. I can definitely work with staff and review that schedule.
Along with that line of questioning from Mayor Pro Tem Arona, what is the cleaning schedule for those restrooms as well? Because those should be cleaned multiple times during the day. Do you know what that is?
I do not know exactly. I know that there's a schedule. I believe it's twice a day. They're cleaned in the mornings and then in the evenings. And
Okay, is there a way that we could at least add one more? Given the COVID outbreak that we've been experiencing here, and I think just for the safety of everyone that utilizes those public facilities, we need to make a concerted effort to clean those accordingly. And I think 2 times a day is not adequate. I would suggest 4 times a day, especially on the weekend.
I can work on that. Thank you for your comments. I will work on that with staff, and we'll come back, or we'll develop recommendations and potentially increase the cleaning, and if need be, present any financial impacts on that with the mid-year report.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council regarding the city manager report? Madam City Clerk, would you read the next line item?
The next item is council comments, request, and advance calendar. Comments and requests from city council members. No actions will be taken at this meeting. Are there any comments, requests from the council?
Yeah. Just a couple of quick comments. We heard about the Elverhoy, and I want you to know that there is, I've been speaking with a professor of architecture at Texas A&M University who's writing a book on small towns with a European flair, like Solvang, and Leavenworth, and there's a Swiss one in Wisconsin and a couple of those around. So she is going to be putting together a book that'll be coming out in the next 6 months that will have Solvang in there and talking about how the design, again, she's an architecture professor, how the design is maintained. So talking a little bit about what was done with the BAR, when did it start. That process took me into talking with a couple of people about some of the original documentation. And I found out, in speaking with Tracy at the Chamber, that they have a ton of historical documentation, which I think we need to scan and maintain. Mrs. Joni Jameson has some, Linda Palmer. There's a bunch of places where we can find documents that I would like to see scanned and made available and maybe maintained at the Elverhoy, since it is our historical basis, if you will. The mailer that you sent out to everybody?
If you can speak it to the microphone.
I'm sorry. The mailer that you sent out to everybody? I'd like to ask a question of those in the audience. Did everybody that's a Solvang resident receive a flyer, a multi-page flyer in the mail about what's going on in the city? No. Okay, so I got one yes, and the rest are 2 yeses, and the rest are no's. I didn't, a lot of didn't, so I think we need to address the addresses that they were sent to, how they were mailed, what happened. I'm not sure what happened, but I think it's something that we need to find out about. If we're going to spend the money to do this every couple of months or whatever the process is, then we need to figure out how to make it effective.
If I can just maybe very quickly respond to that one. It was the first time that we were using this mailer system. It was the same mailer system that uses our utility billing, or does the utility billing mailing for us. However, we use the zip code addresses rather than utility bill addresses. And we are definitely following up with them to make sure that all households are included. In fact, in the future, the cheaper process would be to mail it to all of our utility customers, which will also have cleaner addresses and will save us some cost.
That would make sense. Thank you. That's all I have.
I do have a request. I saw a little situation that is developing over on First Street. We have a sign battle going on. So by walking there, I've seen that a sign was placed to advertise an eatery, and they did not have enough space for one sign. So right next to it, they added a whole menu to it, which is now encroaching halfway through the walk-in. They happen to have a competitor in the same complex that is obviously not happy that they're being out-displayed. So now they have put a sandwich board right in front of the display that was encroached. And I understand that we have relaxed our enforcement because we have pressing needs due to COVID and the loss of business. But if this continues to happen, we could be having battle signs all over town. So I'd like us to revise what our enforcement regarding signage is. Not because I want to get people in trouble, but because I don't want to set the precedence that everybody can have as many signs as they can during the farmer's market or during a protest at the park or any time that they see fit to display their signs for the customers, because it's not fair for the people that do follow the rules. So that's something that I'd like to see later on.
Do we have a code enforcement person at this time?
We have a part-time code enforcement contractor during the week, yes.
During when?
During the week. It's certain days of the week, 3 days during the week.
Okay, so cases like that, where the sign has not been brought before the BAR, BDC, whatever that group is, or somebody to approve it, those should be a violation of code because they do not meet the sign ordinance.
So I would like to recommend, if there's a general consensus of the council, to schedule this sign item under COVID-19 for an upcoming agenda. The council had taken an action back in March to relax sign ordinance enforcement. So I would like to bring this back to council on a future agenda if there's a consensus.
The next meeting?
That would be fine. Yes.
Yes?
Sir. Do I see a general consensus?
Yes,
Yeah. Yes.
definitely. It does need to be reviewed. That was 9 months ago, 10 months ago.
Thank you.
Anyone else with any comments?
I have a few.
Go ahead.
I'll save several of them for the COVID, for item number 10. Zena knows this, on the 6th, I had told her, we had an option of 2 different weekends, and I told her I was going to be out of town on the 6th, but if there's a quorum, then that's, so be it, and I will not be here on the 6th. I would like to make a comment about Lee, who I respect very much, his comments, and I read his article, letter to the editor, about the signs that were in that park. I was actually asked, because I am a conservative, I was asked to speak at that event. And I think, looking at some of the people that were speaking there were no elected officials, and I was the only one that was elected official to ask. I was, because of the silly comment that I made about Governor Newsom and calling all our restaurants French Laundry, I was interviewed by Fox News that afternoon, and I declined because I had a feeling where some of these signs were going to be inappropriate, and they most certainly were. Just like the state capitol, there was a tremendous number of goons that stormed the capitol. There was a lot of goons in that park, and I think that they only hurt their cause by putting up F so-and-so signs. My only regret is that I wish that people had equal distaste for signs that say "kill pigs," and "pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon," and chanting outside of a hospital that "we hope you die" to a police officer that was shot. I just wish that we would see some sort of equality in people's angst on where it comes from. To me, those are fighting words, and I find those extremely offensive, and as well as that F. Biden sign was disgusting. And I was afraid that if I even walked by it, it would be on Facebook the next morning that I was taking part of that, and I wanted nothing to do with it, and I don't agree with that in any way whatsoever. And then I will save the rest of my comments for COVID.
Just a couple of very brief ones. The campaign's over, but during that time, I personally, I can't speak for everybody else here, I received a lot of calls from people wanting to know about things or to give information or suggestions. And they've kind of loosened off since the election. I just want to encourage everybody on Zoom and everybody else to please, at least from my perspective, please call me on any issue. If something that you think I should be aware of or you want me to look into, I'm happy to do it. I don't mind the calls. I have a city phone. I have a computer. I encourage that, so please get a hold of me with any concerns you have. Another little issue is, in my previous job, I used to do what the management term of MBWA, which is management by walking around, and I intend to do that here. I just want to let the city employees know, Matt, that I'll be stopping by, and I want a wastewater treatment plant tour here pretty quick, and I'm going to want to get around and talk to the employees and get to know them a little better. I don't know them now, and that's something I want to rectify. That's it. Thank you.
I'll join.
Two at a time, unless.
Yes.
Was there additional comments? We were not able to hear it out here. I think there was a couple more speaking, and I didn't know if those were additional comments.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't have the microphone on. I was telling Jim that I would like to also be on the tour of the wastewater treatment plant. Claudia said she would like to also. And we got into the issue of you can only have 2 people at a time because of the Brown Act, so it would have to be couple of different sessions going through there with 2 people each.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say I could see your mouth, your lips moving, but I can't see your lips moving.
He's Charlie McCarthy.
That's right. All right. I had just a comment to make, mainly the same one that Councilmember Thomas just mentioned, regarding contacting the employees or contacting, if the public needs to contact anyone here from the city, and it's just to remind everyone that it is available. There is on our cityofsolvang.com website, there is a way where anyone in the public can email us and ask any questions that they feel needs to be addressed. It can be done individually. I would suggest, though, not just individually, but in the public city hall folder. That way everyone gets to take a look at what the questions are. So I did also wanted to make a comment regarding the December 20th. I don't even want to say what the name is, but I do want everyone to know that for both of those events that weekend, I, along with the Lieutenant Green and our city manager, were all in contact, and we were trying our best to mitigate the arrival of both the Saturday and the Sunday groups. What you saw on Wednesday, once the confrontation took place, that was what we were all hoping to avoid on those days. So we felt it was in the greater good of the public safety, to not incite anything and just let it go peacefully, albeit with some of the verbiage that was on those signs. I do know that there was a report written, and there will be some follow-up done by the district attorney's office, I'm told by Lieutenant Green from our Solvang Police Department. And so I just wanted to let that be known by the community that it wasn't that we were allowing it. I think there's a semantics going on when you say we didn't permit it, and yet people are saying, but you did permit it. And that isn't really the case. It's that it wasn't approved by anybody from the city for those events to take place, but we did allow them to take place. So, and peacefully. So those are my comments for those 2 events. Hopefully we won't have any more of those types of events happening here. And I guess one last thing I did want to ask, Madam City Manager, is there a way that we could assist our local Bethania church and their food bank needs? Is that something that we would need to put on an agenda for maybe next time? Or is that something that we could maybe agree on here, where we might come up with, just throw something out there, $10,000 that we could help offset some of the costs that Bethania is having to shoulder on behalf of our community?
Mayor, I believe it would be the most appropriate to put on the next agenda and make a budget adjustment or consider the matter as a matter of council, whether the council would like to make this kind of contribution. So if there is a general consensus on the council to put this on the next agenda, we can have it on January 25th. I'm seeing nods from the majority of the council, so we'll schedule it for the next council agenda.
Great. Thank you all. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Pastor Chris, for your work going forward with that. Linda, Elizabeth, we really all appreciate that, which you guys have been shouldering the burden of providing food for all of those that are suffering from food insecurities. Is there any other comments?
Seeing none, Mayor?
Seeing none, can we move on to the next item? And Madam City Clerk, would you please read the following item?
The next item is the consent agenda. The consent agenda is designed for routine administrative city matters and is approved by roll call vote with one motion. These items are discussed only on request of council members. Members of the public were afforded an opportunity to speak on consent agenda items during the public communications portion of this agenda. I will read the items on the consent agenda. The first one is approval of the agenda as presented, following by approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting on December 14 and special council meeting on December 21, 2020. And then the last item is to receive and file warrants register for December 2020.
Great. Are there any council members that have any items that they'd like to pull?
Seeing none, everybody's shaking no?
Okay. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's written.
I'll
Can
move
I have a
to,
motion?
I'll move that we accept the consent agenda as it is written.
Second?
Excellent. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Euring.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Excellent. Moving on to the regular business items. First, we have a public hearing item. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title for the agenda item number 6?
Agenda item number 6 is the resolution declaring results of majority protest proceeding and renewing the Santa Ynez Valley Tourism Business Improvements District. The recommendation is to hold a final hearing declaring results of majority protest proceeding and to adopt resolution number 2021-1129. With that, I will go ahead and just invite Shelby Sim from Visit SYV to say a few words.
Thank you. Mayor Euring, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to once again come before you, this time to finalize our 6-year renewal beginning in July. Council members, I've shared with each of you, but for the benefit of the attending public, I want to remind everyone how we operate. Visit the Santa Ynez Valley is a destination marketing organization. It is primarily funded by the Santa Ynez Valley Tourism Improvement District. The TBID, short for Santa Ynez Valley Tourism Improvement District, is a fee that the hotels have agreed to be paid by the hotel guests. We are also membership-based so that other guest-facing businesses can voluntarily join and take part in our marketing efforts. The TBID is the only item on the agenda. To reiterate, we are not asking for any funding, only to operate in your city and increase your TOT. The coastal cities of Santa Barbara, Goleta, and Montecito, making up Visit Santa Barbara, and the county to our north, San Luis Obispo, both have multi-million-dollar budgets, TBID budgets, to promote their hotels and regions. We need this program to compete in the marketplace and not be ignored or overlooked. The County of Santa Barbara, the City of Buellton, the Santa Ynez Valley hoteliers, and Solvang hoteliers specifically, all request that you approve Visit the Santa Ynez Valley's 6-year contract renewal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions on the staff report?
No, just a couple quick comments, if I may. I picked on Shelby a lot last time. He answered all my questions. I have no more, and I'm fine, which will make Shelby very happy. I think I have one question. When you did the TBID account and went through, I'm back in 2014, there was an option to list a bunch of bed and breakfasts or other overnight stay that weren't hotels at the time. In the management plan, you said you didn't want to do that because it wasn't defined well enough. Is it still not defined well enough to add those into the TBID?
Correct. Well, we found, you're talking about the Airbnbs and vacation
Right.
rentals. Yeah, thank you for the question. We have found that if they join voluntarily, the $250, it's more money than we would receive from a T-bid because the Airbnbs are counted as one property. So if they had 20 rooms, it would still only be whatever we charge a night, which is $250 currently. So it wasn't worth adding them on to the assessment.
Thank you. That
Thank
explains
you.
it a lot.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. No more comments.
Are there any other questions of the staff report or from Shelby by the council?
No.
Seeing none?
Yeah, I've got one.
Oh,
It's just
I'm sorry.
curiosity.
Councilmember Thomas.
What happens if a hotel doesn't want to participate?
By law, and I do have our Civitas advisor on Zoom, but I think, Gina, please correct me if I'm wrong and raise your hand. But by law, we have to get 51% of the hotel rooms that are in the assessment to approve. And then if it becomes a law, then they have to play. Everybody plays. That's why we're very proud to say we have 93% of all the hotel rooms in the Santinas Valley.
Okay.
So everybody participates.
Thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other council questions? I will now go to open the public hearing for public comment. We will take in-person comments first.
Okay, please come on.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Linda Nielsen Johansson, and I represent 5 generations of my family that were raised here in Solvang in the San Ynez Valley. I'm a partner with my siblings in 2 hotels, the King Frederick Inn and also P. Soup Anderson Inn. I'm a charter member of the Visit San Ynez Valley organization, which was officially established in 2010. I have worked tirelessly in tourism here in the valley for 45 plus years, and I am passionate about my love and dedication for Solvang and the San Ynez Valley. I am extremely proud of Visit SYV and the professionalism that has gone into marketing our 6 diverse and beloved communities. Beautiful and breathtaking photo ads, videos, valley guides, social media platforms, and even our own TV series, all which benefit the communities we represent. I'm extremely proud of the educational classes offered to our communities regarding tourism and customer service, as well as the continually changing pandemic communications with regard to procedures and restrictions given. I'm extremely proud of the events that Visit SYV has produced, which have benefited again all the communities that we serve. I'm extremely proud of all the yearly sponsorships Visit SYV has made to local nonprofits for events that again benefit our communities. We budget $60,000 a year, hoping to guarantee success for the events, bringing money into our communities. I'm also very proud to report that Visit San Ynez Valley donated $6,000 for food relief programs during this pandemic already. I'm also extremely proud of the respect and working relationships established with our peers locally in the county, with Visit California, and across the entire United States through our representation at conventions. We have definitely put Solvang and the San Ynez Valley on their radar and on the map. I'm extremely proud of the time, efforts, and dedication and expertise of my talented and diverse board, and I'm profoundly grateful for the expertise, dedication, and professionalism of my CEO and President Shelby Sim and the Vice President of Marketing Danielle Loudon-Roos. They are a brilliant team and have brought this organization to heights I never dreamed possible. Visit San Ynez Valley is extremely relevant, extremely important, and has shown extraordinary dedication, flexibility, sensitivity, and resiliency during this pandemic. We have risen to the occasion, we are responsible, and we are completely transparent in our efforts. Visit San Ynez Valley is vital to help sustain our share of the tourism market along the Central Coast. This new 6-year contract will ensure that all 6 communities in the San Ynez Valley are represented and marketed effectively and efficiently at no cost at all to us. We very much look forward to working again with Solvang and all the communities that we serve. Thank you for your continued support.
Would anybody
you, Linda.
else? Would anybody else in person like to make a comment on this item? See nobody else in person. I see one person has already raised hand on Zoom to make a comment. If anybody else would like to make a comment, please raise your hand using Zoom. And we have Dave Pollock is the first one up.
Great, thank you. Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Dave Pollock. My wife and I are the owners of Four Friends Inn over in San Ynez. We've been hoteliers in the Valley for 9 years. We are charter members of Visit SYV, and in fact, I'm a past board member of Visit SYV. So quite familiar with what they have to provide to all of us in the Valley. And I want to point out a couple of specifics while speaking on their behalf. Visit SYV creates awareness which brings visitors to our area. This contribution is absolutely invaluable. Visit SYV promotes accommodations in the Valley, and especially for smaller inns such as ours, they give us a voice, an important voice, a voice that we wouldn't otherwise have. Visit SYV provides information to hoteliers. The information and the support that they provide is more relevant and more timely than that which is offered by state and national entities. And lastly, Visit SYV gives back. They invest in the community. They invest in events. I'm also a member of the San Ynez Chamber, and Visit SYV is one of the regulars that we call when we're looking for money. We absolutely appreciate their investment back into the community. So in summary, there's no other organization available to us that provides the level of support that we receive from Visit SYV. And the cost for all of this, $3 per room night, just $3 per room night. We pass that through to our guests. And I can tell you in 9 years of this bed tax, we have never had a single complaint by a guest. This is a good investment into an important organization that's run by good and professional folks. We highly encourage its passage. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our next speaker on Zoom is Sam Cohen.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Outstanding. My name is Sam Cohen. I'm the Government Affairs and Legal Officer for the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. We are pleased to say that our 2 Solvang hotels, the Hotel Cork and the Hudson House, have already signed petitions to renew the Business Improvement District for Visit SYV. I would say ironically, but I'd say fortuitously, I'm also the president of the San Ynez Chamber of Commerce. And the San Ynez Chamber of Commerce participates the assistance of Visit SYV in our regional efforts. So I ask that you renew the Business Improvement District from both the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians and the San Ynez Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else online on Zoom like to make a comment on this item? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. If anybody on phone would like to make a comment, please unmute yourself using *6. I don't see any additional comments on this item.
All right, thank you. So the public hearing portion is now closed. I'll bring this back to the council for discussion. Are there any council comments at this time?
There seems to be no council comments at this time.
All right, would anybody like to make a motion?
I make the motion that we approve.
And I'll second
We
it.
have,
Take roll. Councilmember Clark,
yep,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
yes,
Passes 5-0.
excellent. Great job, Mr. Sims. We appreciate it.
See you in 6 years.
See me in the spring with an annual report.
All right. We'll move on to item number 7 of the regular business agenda. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title of item number 7?
Item number 7 is a comprehensive annual financial report. The recommendation for this report is to review city financials highlights for the year ending June 30, 2020, and to accept into the record the 2019-20 Comprehensive Financial Report as presented by Ahmed Badawi, CPA. He is here with us today and will be presenting in just a minute. The Comprehensive Financial Report represents audited financial statements for the city of Solvang. That means they have worked with the city and have done a thorough review of whether or not everything is appropriately accounted for and recorded. And this report is presented, and audit is done annually. We, as the city, do receive an Excellence Award for financial reporting from the Government Fiscal Officers Association. We have received it for quite a few years now. I'm just going to give a really quick overview of the fiscal impact summary here on this page, just to highlight the impact of the COVID-19 on our general fund from last year. So if you would look at this table, actually the first item there is the general fund, and that's where we really felt the impacts of COVID-19. Historically, the city usually comes in under budget and saves at least a few $100,000. Unfortunately, this fiscal year, we did draw on the reserves by the nature of our TOT, transit occupancy tax, and our sales tax come in well under the budget. So this shows you here that we drew about $1.1 million out of the reserves for the general fund, unfortunately, due to COVID-19. But we'll be talking more about the financial impacts at the next council agenda with your mid-year review. Today, we are really here to look backwards and to look at the fiscal year 2019-2020 and receive a presentation from the CPA firm that performed our audit and tell you about our financial practices. With that, I would like to turn it over to Ahmed Badawi, who I know I can see here with us on Zoom. Go ahead, Ahmed. Or actually, before I turn it over to him, I also wanted to mention, and I have our employees sitting here way on the back. If I could just have Jason wave and present himself. Jason is really the one that works on these financial statements. He oversees all of the accounting operations. So thank you to Jason for working with our auditor and delivering an outstanding financial report. Go ahead, Ahmed.
All right. Good evening, and thank you for having me today. I will be presenting to you the results of the fiscal year 2020 audit. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can see my presentation. Okay. And then also, I would like to start my presenter view. All right, so everyone can see my presentation, correct?
Yes.
I will go ahead and get started. So agenda for today, what I'm going to cover, I'll let you know who the engagement team was, the deliverables and the scope of our audit, areas we emphasized on during our audit process, the type of audit opinion we issued, and summarize for you some of the numbers in your financial statements, provide you some of the required communications, and a brief summary of the new accounting standards coming your way, and then finally see if you have any questions for me. Of course, feel free to interrupt me anytime you have a question. In terms of the engagement team, that was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner, So I am the person ultimately responsible for the overall audit, from the initial planning phase to designing the audit procedures based on our risk assessment, to ensuring that the audit procedures have been appropriately carried, and finally to review the financial statements and report to the City Council. We always have a quality control reviewer, and this person is always in the background. Their role is to review my work, making sure that I adhere to professional standards, and also provide an additional review of the financial statements. We had a manager assigned to the audit, and we had a senior also assigned to the audit. So all of the engagement team were licensed CPA. In terms of our deliverables and the scope of our audits, we were mainly engaged to provide an opinion on the city's comprehensive annual financial report. That is the city's overall financial statement that includes all funds and accounts and assets and liabilities. The city is also subject to government auditing standards, which require us to issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. We perform an agreed upon procedures on the appropriation limit, the GAN limit, and then finally the communication with the governing body, which is what I'm doing today. And also we issue a letter addressed to the council summarizing our discussion. In terms of areas of primary audit emphasis, so the risk of management override of control exists in almost every audit we do. Management are the one responsible for designing the controls, monitoring them, and they can choose to override them if they want to. So we have to design our procedures to mitigate that risk. And we do that by assigning audit staff based on consideration of audit risk. So the more experienced staff on more complex areas, we design procedures to incorporate element of unpredictability in the audit. So not every year the same testing, the same procedures on the same accounts. We look to see how management apply the accounting principle. We do testing of journal entries prepared by management. We review the accounting estimates for any bias, business rationale for any unusual transactions, and also evaluate fraud and related parties inquiries. This year, obviously, without having to go through a lot of detail, it was a very unique year for almost all agencies that we audit. Back in March of 2020, there was a shelter in place, and a lot of the work started being done remotely. So we had to evaluate all the areas of controls for that last quarter of the year and make sure that we understand how controls changed as a result of maybe not all city staff are present on site, and reviews and authorizations and things like that. How did it change during that time? Another risk area was revenues and receivables. And again, this is an area that in any audit by default is an area of a higher risk unless we can justify otherwise. Improper revenue recognition means that management attempt to recognize revenues before they are earned, or maybe recognize more than they should, or not taking enough allowance for uncollectible revenues or receivables, and so on. Our procedures focus a lot on confirmations with third parties. So we send confirmations to the county, to the state, to some of the hotels, and basically most of the major revenue sources, we try to confirm them from outside parties which have more reliability in terms of audit evidence. And then finally, the pension and OPEB, it's an area of complex accounting treatment, and the dollar amounts are usually significant. So we spend some time reviewing management journal entries that they prepare to record the activities in pension and OPEB, and also review the actuarial studies and making sure that we evaluate the actuarial assumptions and we reconcile the amounts reported by the plan with the city's records. In terms of the auditor's report, we have issued an unmodified opinion. So in simple terms, that's a clean opinion. The audit report states that we have performed the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. An unmodified opinion means that we believe that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, that all significant accounting policies have been consistently applied, that estimates are reasonable, and that disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statement. So basically, we are agreeing with management assertions and assumptions about the numbers and the disclosures. Wanted to summarize for you some of the numbers in your financial statements. So on slide number 10 here, you will see the composition of the city's assets over the last 3 years. Again, the two largest assets, like most of our municipalities, most of our cities, are the cash and investments and the capital assets. That is pretty typical. And also, as you can see, over the last 3 years, there were no major fluctuation or changes over the last 3 years in any of the asset classes. If we move to the next slide, which focus more on the liabilities, again, the net pension liability is your highest liability, followed by your net OPEB liability, the retiree medical benefits liability. There were some slight increases in pension. Otherwise, everything is fairly consistent. Pension, there are a lot of factors that goes into it, from the investment returns, in CalPERS, change of assumptions, and also because the city is part of the cost-sharing pool, sometimes changes in the percentage of the liability from the pool can cause those liabilities to go up and down. However, it's a modest increase in that net pension liability. Slide number 12, focusing on equity, that is assets minus liabilities. And the purpose of this slide is to just highlight to the City Council that your equity is divided into 3 categories. The first one, net investment in capital assets, is usually not in a spendable form, and it's very unlikely that it would become in a spendable form anytime in the future. This is the amount the city invested in buildings and streets and roads and infrastructure assets. So they are unlikely to be liquidated. Restricted amounts are amounts that have outside third-party legal restriction on it, so you cannot use it for any other purpose. So those would be things like gas tax or grant funds or bond money or so on. And then finally, the unrestricted amounts are the amounts that are under the council control that have no legal restriction on them. Of course, those amounts may have been already designated for specific purposes, but nonetheless, they have no legal restriction on them. So that is a summary over the last 3 years. And obviously, you can see that the unrestricted amount has been declining, especially this year with the impact of COVID, which we're going to mention also in the next few slides. I think the slides probably show it better, the revenues over expenses. Again, we're not focusing on the general fund or any specific fund in this slide. This is really looking at the city from a 30,000-foot view, looking at all revenues minus all expenses and using the pool accrual basis. So depreciation and those types of expenses will also be included here. And you can see that there was a big decline between 2020 and 2019. Main reasons for that decline, obviously decrease in revenues, TOT, sales tax. Those are obviously related to the COVID pandemic. But there was also increase in the net cost of service, mainly relating to having contractors because there were some employee layoffs and also legal fees and increase in contracted sheriff contracts. So this is just a summary of the reasons why there is such a big fluctuation year over year. This slide here, look at the net cost of service compared to tax revenues. So the net cost of service is the cost of running all city departments minus any revenues that those departments bring in on their own. So if they charge users for a fee, that would be offset against the net cost of service. If they get a grant to offset their programs, that would also be an offset. The idea is to see how dependent are they on tax revenues and whether tax revenues are sufficient to cover the deficit that those departments have. And every year, tax revenues were higher than the net cost of service. Obviously, this year, like I mentioned in the previous slide, tax revenues are lower. Tax revenues were lower in 2020, and then there were increased costs in 2020 as well. If we were to just focus on the general fund, obviously we always look at the general fund as the most liquid fund. This is where most of the city's unrestricted resources reside. So it is really a measure of the city's liquidity. And the city's always been in a very strong financial position. It remains in a strong financial position, but you can obviously see over the last 3 years, when we look at your unrestricted fund balance and we compare it to annual expenditures, the idea is to see how many months worth of expenditures the city have sitting in its fund balance. It's been declining. So right now in fiscal year 2020 is at about 13 months. That is still quite an impressive fund balance, but nonetheless, it's been declining. So it's just something to note and keep in mind. Obviously, we understand 2020, there are reasons why this is declining. 2021 may, who knows, but may look something similar. But obviously, we haven't audited and don't know that yet. All right. Right, there's a little bit of delay on my side, so my apology for that. If we were to focus on the pension plan, slide number 16 is summarizing the city's contribution to CalPERS over the last 3 years. So again, the contributions is on the increase, not dramatically, but nonetheless on the increase. So this is a summary over the last 3 years. Also, this is a summary of the funded status of the plan, of the city's plan over the last 3 years. Wanted to highlight to you that the pension liability is an estimated number. One of the most significant assumptions in coming up with the pension liability is a discount rate. So accounting standards require us to disclose in the financial statements what your pension liability would look like if the discount rate is increased or decreased by 1%. So currently, the city's pension liability is measured at 7.15% discount rate. So this slide just gives you an idea about how your number would look like if we use 6.15% or 8.15%. So you can see that 1% change can have a significant impact on that outstanding liability. Slide number 19 is discussing the OPEB, the Retiree Medical Benefit Plan. So this is a summary of the city's contribution to the plan over the last 3 years. And then on slide number 20 is a summary of the funded status of the plan over the last 3 years. And you can see that that right column on that last column on the right, that is the unfunded portion or the city's outstanding liability, and it's about $2 million. Same like pension, this number is an estimated number, and the discount rate is also a significant factor. So this slide shows you what your number would look like or what the liability would look like if the discount rate is increased or decreased by 1%. There's also another significant assumption when it comes to the retiree medical benefits is the healthcare trend rate, what the health premiums would look like in the future. So again, the increase 1% or decrease 1% in that rate and the impact on the city's outstanding liability. This just really concludes the part of the presentation that summarizes the audit opinion and also the numbers in the financial statement. This next section of my presentation focuses more on the required communication to the council about the responsibilities and disagreements and so on. So on slide number 24, on the left side is a summary of our responsibility as your independent audit firm. On the right side is a summary of the management's responsibility. So we're mainly responsible for providing an opinion on whether the financial statements of the city are fairly stated in accordance with U.S. generally accepted accounting principles. We're also responsible for evaluating internal control over financial reporting, including the tone at the top. So we really are responsible for determining whether management do care about controls, about the audit, about addressing audit findings? Do they send the right message to the rest of the organization about the importance of having controls and having a good audit and the consequences of committing fraud or violating city policies and procedures and so on? We're also responsible for evaluating compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grants, ensuring that the financial statements are clear and transparent, and then finally communicating with the governing body. Management have a lot of responsibilities in this process as well. Management is responsible ultimately for the financial statements. So even though we audit those financials and we give an opinion, our opinion only provides reasonable, not absolute assurance, and it does not relieve management from its responsibility for the completeness and accuracy of those financials. Management is responsible for establishing and maintaining internal control over financial reporting, making all financial records available to us, establish controls that would prevent and detect fraud, inform us of all known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on any audit findings. In terms of independence, it is solely our responsibility as the audit firm to maintain our independence. And independence can be impaired either by us providing services to the city that may impair our independence as the independent auditors. So, for example, we compile the financial statements on behalf of the city, and that is a service that can impair independence if no safeguards are put in place. So one of the safeguards that we put in place is having an independent reviewer who is not involved in the audit review those financial statements after we compile them. We also have to identify on the city side an individual with suitable skill and knowledge to be able to oversee our service and review and take responsibility for those financials. We also evaluate relationships between any of our firm members and city personnel. We ask them to complete questionnaires to identify those relationships. We remove any individuals that may have direct or indirect relation to city personnel. And we have not identified any. In terms of timing of the audit, we believe that the audit was performed in a time frame communicated to the city. And the city did not adopt any new accounting standards during the year. As a matter of fact, all new accounting standards were postponed by 1 year in response to the pandemic situation. There are some estimated numbers in the financials, and just wanted to give you examples of some of those. So depreciation expense is an estimate because the city is estimating how long those assets are going to live. Also, pension and OPEB are really big estimates in the financial statements as well. At the bottom of this slide, just some of the important disclosure that just wanted to bring to your attention, just some of the important notes that I think will help understand more the numbers in the financial statement. Slide number 27, I'm pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during our audit. Again, it was different this year. Most of the audit was done remotely, actually, if not all of it. Our firm's always been set up for that. We are fully paperless, and we have the ability to connect from anywhere, and similar to being at the city site or in our office or at home, it really doesn't make a difference to us. And the city was able to provide us all documentation electronically. We conducted our interviews and meetings with the city through Zoom. So it was a little bit different, but didn't feel that we had any difficulties, and we felt that the audit went smooth given the circumstances. We had some adjustments, and management has posted all those adjustments. There is no significant risk or exposure that we're aware of. Normally, we send confirmations to legal counsel. They communicate to us outstanding litigations. We are more concerned about litigations that may not be covered by insurance, that may require some additional disclosure in the financial statements, and so on. We're pleased to say that we had no disagreement with management. We identified no material weaknesses in internal control. We obtained certain representations from management prior to the issuance of our report. So normally, we obtain a letter from management acknowledging that they have disclosed to us all known facts, that they are not aware of any fraud, and a variety of other representations that we rely on them. We're not aware that management has engaged any other accounting firm to advise on audit matter. Other than our representation letter and our engagement letter, we had no other communication with management, and there were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions. And we have not become aware of any instance of fraud or illegal act, which has not been disclosed. Actually, that bullet point right before, there were no material uncertainties relating to events and conditions. I mean, obviously, we did add a note disclosure about COVID-19 and about the fact that the impact is still being determined. So just wanted to qualify that sentence to mention the situation with COVID-19. This slide just summarizes the new accounting standards that are coming your way. So a lot of these standards were supposed to be implemented in fiscal year 2020, but like I mentioned, were postponed by 1 year by the Government Accounting Standards Board. So 2021, we would have a few new accounting standards to implement, and this is the complete list so far of what has to be implemented and in what year. Finally, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, we really want to thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the report by council?
No.
No.
No questions.
I just had one. I just wanted to double check. On some of those slides that you were mentioning, the 1%, was the city that was the actual number or percentage, the one in the middle, and then the lower or the higher was the one that would be the, if there was an adjustment made 1% up or down? Just wanted to confirm that it was the one that was in the middle of those numbers or figures.
Yeah, that was.
That is correct. That is the correct understanding.
Okay, thank you.
There's no more questions on this side, Mayor.
Okay. I am not able to, let me get out of here 1 second here, trying to end this.
Jeremy, if you could. Oh, please, can.
There we go. Okay. Now I can see. Sorry. Do we have any public comment at this time?
Do we have any public comment in person? See none on this item. Anybody on Zoom or phone? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you have any comment on this item. I'm seeing no public comment.
Seeing no public comments? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to accept the CAFR?
I'll make a motion to accept the highlights for the year ending and accept into the record for 2019, 2020.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right. At this time, I was just wondering, we have a little time left. Would we, I know I forgot to take a break last time, so I wanted to offer that up right now as before we get to the next agenda item. We
Mayor-
can maybe take a 10-minute break.
Mayor, if I may suggest, there's been a few people for the Planning Commission sitting here with us who I think would like to get onto the item number 8. So maybe we can go through item number 8. and then-
Okay, excellent. Well, would you please read the title?
Item number 8 is Planning Commissioner's appointment.
Is there a staff report?
There is a brief staff report. By city code, each council member would appoint commissioners for a 2-year term. Each council member shall appoint 1 planning commissioner, subject to ratification of the city council. In the event that council member's appointment shall not be ratified, the council member may appoint another qualified person. We have had 7 applications originally. Jack Williams, Scott Gold, David Brents, Justin Rodriguez, Aaron Peterson were current commissioners as of 2020. Additional applicants are John Jamieson and Patrick Kavanaugh, although Patrick Kavanaugh withdrew his application as of this morning, based on the people who applied, and he is still interested in applying for branding and design committee or variation thereof. With that, I would like to say that we should probably open it for public comment at this point before you start making your selections.
Okay. We open that up to public comment right now?
Yes. Would anybody in person like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none in person, would anybody online or on the phone like to make a comment on this item? Please raise your hand using Zoom or unmute yourself. For phone, unmuting is *6. Would anybody like to speak on this item? I'm seeing no speakers.
All right, public comment is closed now. I will bring this back to council for any discussion and action. Would anyone like to start and make a motion for appointment of a planning commissioner?
Starting with individuals that we would like to appoint individually to the planning commission?
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
each council member will appoint one, and it will be ratified by majority council. I would suggest that probably the council members state who they would like to appoint, and then you take a vote on each individual appointment.
I would like to appoint Aaron Peterson.
Okay. Would anybody else like to make any appointments?
I thought you wanted to vote on each one first. I'm sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor.
I would like to appoint Jack Williams.
I would like to appoint Joan Jamieson.
I would like to appoint Scott Gold.
And I would like to appoint Justin Rodriguez.
Thank you. So we can start in the order in which this was now asked or
Can I ask a
appointed.
question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm missing somebody. I had 4. Is there a 5th?
So we have Councilmember Thomas, Aaron Peterson, Mayor Urick, Jack Williams, Councilmember Infante, John Jamieson, Mayor Pro Tem Arona, Scott Gold, and Councilmember Clark, Justin Rodriguez. I would suggest that the council now take
Now move to ratify any of the appointments.
I'm
Can we
sorry,
take
you're
a
going to
roll
make
call for each individual appointment in order?
I believe that would be cleaner, just in case there's any disagreement. So I would start with Councilman Mott Thomas's motion to appoint Aaron Peterson.
I'll vote yes.
Yes.
So I will just go ahead and take a official
Roll
roll
call.
call here
Yeah.
on this one. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Okay, we'll now move on to the second appointment by Mayor Urick of Jack Williams. I'll take roll call. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go to the third one by Councilmember Infante appointing John Jamieson. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Next appointment is by Mayor Pro Tem Arona of Scott Gold. Take roll call. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Okay, last appointment is by Councilmember Clark, Justin Rodriguez. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
All 5 appointments pass 5-0. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for your service. We appreciate all of those who applied, and thank you all there. I can't see over on that side, so just thank you all for being there and coming in.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes this item. If you would like to now call the break that you were looking for.
Yes, I'd like to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at approximately 8:45.
Thank you.
That's more than 10 minutes.
Hey, Matt. All right, we can go live, Jeremy? Be live. Go ahead,
All
Mayor.
right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, well now, thank you for coming back. We will now move on to item number 9. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the title?
Item number 9 is Branding and Design Committee Resolution Review and Members Appointment. I will just briefly start with a little bit of background of how we got here. There was a long-standing committee called the Board of Architecture Review. On August 24th, 2020, City Council terminated Board of Architecture Review and established a Branding and Design Committee, also known as BDC. This action was taken by resolution only. The municipal code was not modified at the time. On December 14, the council requested this item to be brought for review of the resolution and terms of the committee and to appoint members of the committee. We had advertised based on the council's direction of the vacancies for this committee, and unfortunately only received 2 applications. So just to review a little bit of the difference between the BDC and the BAR. The BAR required that members to be Solvang residents, whereas the BDC relaxed the membership to being residents of the Santa Ynez Valley at large. The BDC also modified some of the terms or qualifications for the members that should be appointed to the committee, to where 3 of the members were now required to be professional members from the following combined fields, which were architecture, design, architectural history, urban design, and Danish culture. Today, we are asking that you provide any policy direction for modifications to the municipal code to formally form the committee, and that you also, with that direction, direct us to come back for a public hearing to start to make those modifications and delay appointment of the members to the next council meeting on January 25th. As I mentioned, we had only received 2 applications as of the original deadline. There was a couple more applications that actually came in after the deadline. And I believe that if we continue to advertise it and maybe do a little bit of public outreach, and especially once we have more clear direction from you as to the makeup and the naming and the functions of this committee, this recruitment should go more smoothly for the next council meeting.
We had the one gentleman that didn't make the planning commission that had put in for that. Maybe we could make contact to see if he would be interested in this.
That was one of the 2 original applications. Okay. So we had 1 member from the Branding and Design Committee applied,
Mr.
Jennifer,
Kavanaugh, yeah.
And then him as well.
Can I ask a question? Are you referring to David Brenz? Yes. Yes, I would like to see him on the BAR. And he wants to serve in any capacity.
Does he? Perfect.
Yes. So I'll let you go. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great. That, by the most part, concludes my report. I do want to mention that on your pages of the agenda, starting on page 248, there is a marked up version of the Branding and Design Committee resolution that you can comment on. Councilmember Infanti had volunteered to make some revisions and sent those to me. So those are included in this draft. Highlighted in yellow. I made some further small adjustments in red, but basically up for discussion based at least on council members' original draft is reviewing the name of the committee, reviewing whether you want to keep the standards to have 3 of the committee members to have those professional backgrounds, or to go back to having them more open. And then another change that Councilmember Infanti had made was to extend the term from 1 year to 2 years. So those were his original recommendations, and it's open for council discussion, or if you have any questions, city attorney has additional comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. One of the concerns that I had is outlined in the staff report regarding how this will play out in the municipal code. One of the concerns for many years was that the BAR was not explicitly established under the municipal code, and this would be an opportunity for whatever committee you decide to establish to be ensconced in the municipal code. The way that it was done in the resolution that was previously adopted by the council purported to make it a part of the municipal code, but since it was adopted by resolution and not by ordinance, it did not take legal effect as part of that. Notwithstanding that, the committee has met and had taken action and so on, so there's no sense in trying to undo that based on the changes implemented by Resolution 20-1222, but it is important that we put together an ordinance to establish whatever committee name that you would like and to establish the various provisions that were set forth in that resolution and make it into an ordinance that will have 2 readings and be adopted that way. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the legal portion of that if you'd like.
Yes. How do you establish an ordinance?
An ordinance, unless it's an urgency ordinance, requires 2 readings. You have an introduction reading, and under the Solvang Municipal Code, an ordinance cannot be adopted until 2 days have passed from the initial reading. Urgency ordinances can be adopted immediately upon a 4/5 majority of the city council. And so that's how you adopt an ordinance. Typically, most cities will go ahead and do a public hearing on ordinances. It's not explicitly required on all ordinances. There are some ordinances under general law that are required to have a public hearing, zoning ordinances being one of them. But typically, the types of ordinances establishing a committee like this would not be required to have a public hearing. Nonetheless, Solvang does do that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But you would have the first reading of the ordinance and then a second reading at a subsequent meeting. And then an ordinance goes into effect 30 days thereafter.
So, excuse me. So we could, if you will, approve a resolution, and that doesn't have legal standing, but it allows us to establish a name and a purpose for this group?
You could certainly adopt a resolution with the name of that, but actually creating the committee and giving it the duties that are set forth in the municipal code would require an amendment of the municipal code, which requires an ordinance. In other words, a resolution doesn't get adopted into the municipal code as was attempted in Resolution 20-1222.
So as a consequence, if that is not legal, basically I think what I hear is the BAR still exists and the BDC is not there? Help me a little bit here.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far in that analysis. I'm just letting you know that the attempts to put the language regarding the BDC into the municipal code was not effective. The action of establishing a committee by resolution can happen because that's how BAR was initially enacted.
Okay.
It's just the attempt to try to put those provisions into the municipal code was ineffective because it was not an ordinance.
Okay, so, but the municipal code right now, if you look at the city codes, you'll find that under commissions and committees, there is no listing for the BAR, but the BAR's requirements are listed throughout the city codes.
Correct.
It's also codified in the general plan, or it's established in the general plan, but none of that happened with the BDC. So if we choose to change the name, let's just pick on the name for a second. If we choose to change the name, what does that require?
You could change the name of the BDC, which was adopted by resolution.
Right.
You could make that change by resolution.
Okay.
To give it the duties of the BAR under the municipal code, to alter what the BAR has to do, that would require a change of an ordinance. So in other words, if you wanted to place the design review committee throughout the municipal code as the body responsible for all those duties that are currently in the code for the BAR, that would be appropriately done by an ordinance.
So this is all for naught.
No, I think what it does is it provides direction on where you would like to see that ordinance. and what duties you would like to see. The BDC, DRC, whatever the name of it's going to be, what you would like to see and the makeup of that. So what I would be proposing to do is if you give us direction and say, okay, remove the requirements of the specific qualifications of the members, that we come back with an ordinance that sets forth exactly what the commission is that you are creating and what its responsibilities are, and if necessary, substitute that name throughout the code for where it says BAR at the present time.
Okay. Now, I also have to make the point that Xenia very politely said I volunteered. I just wrote it all and sent it to her and said this is what I would like. Nobody else has seen this or agreed to this. I haven't talked to them. They don't know what's in here unless they read, of course, the packet. And so we need to have a discussion on this. I can give you my ideas, but I would like to hear what everybody else thinks about this.
And that will form the foundation for whatever direction you as the council gives staff to come back with.
I have two
Are there any
questions for you. Okay, so this is in a bit of a tangent, resolutions versus stuff that's codified, ordinances. Can anybody contest a resolution just because it's not in the code?
No, the resolution is effective. The resolution can be adopted. You just can't change the municipal code in the manner that was attempted here. So if you take a look at the language of the resolution that was adopted by council, the 1222, and I'll get you the language specifically, it was in section 12 of that resolution. It says, this resolution shall be effective as of August 24th, 2020, which the meeting that was adopted at, that's appropriate, and shall be codified as Solvang Municipal Code Section 2-4-1. That's the part that's problematic, because the municipal code is adopted by ordinance and modified by ordinance. So to try to put these provisions into the municipal code doesn't work, but the resolution does stand alone and is adopted and is effective as of that date.
Okay. My second question, it's going to go more along with the guidelines that this committee is going to review and enforce. Is that something that goes under the general plan? Is that something that gets codified, or does that stand alone?
You could do all three of those individually or collectively. You could modify the general plan, which is typically done by resolution. That would not be something that would be before you tonight to do. That would require some workup. You could change the code. That would require an ordinance, or you could adopt a different resolution depending on which way you would like to go. In keeping consistent with the current status of, say, the Planning Commission, which is in the municipal code. Is explicitly set forth in the municipal code. The recommendation would be to do the same thing for whatever committee you are planning to put together to take the place of the BDC, if you decide to take the place of the BDC. It's just a recommendation at this point, but the resolution that was adopted in August of 2020 is a valid resolution. It's just, it doesn't exist in the municipal code.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
There appears to be no other questions here.
Okay. So, is there any questions of the public?
Would you like to open public comment?
There isn't any.
Would that be appropriate at this time, Mr. Fleischman, or would we still want to look at and discuss what we're actually trying to determine here? I think the intent is for this to get codified. I think that was the intent originally back from the last council, and it just didn't quite get the wings on it to take flight. And I believe that all of us, and I'll just speak for myself, I know that we would like it to be codified and that it would be something that would go into our municipal code as an actual committee. So
I think it's appropriate to entertain public comment on what's been presented with the staff report and Councilmember Infante's proposed, but ultimately the discussion of whether or not those changes or those recommendations will be adopted would come after public comment.
Okay. So, and there's no council comments at this point, so open it up to public discussion.
Would anybody like to make a comment on this item specifically? There's nobody other than staff here with us in person. Anybody online, on Zoom, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Or if you're on the phone, use *6 to unmute yourself if you would like to speak on this item. See no speakers.
Okay. Bring it back to the council for some type of discussion and action on what we would like to do. Would anyone like to make a motion, or do we just want to direct city staff or council to draft a proposal that would eliminate the resolution and actually draft something that would make it an ordinance, given the considerations that Councilmember Infante put in the report?
I just have one more question regarding the section 1B. All members shall be residents of the Santa Ynez Valley. Do we need to define what the Santa Ynez Valley is? Is that a question? Does that include Los Alamos? I'm just wondering if that's something that we like to define.
Good idea.
I think it would be a good idea. I think different people will have different definitions of what the Santa Ynez Valley is. If you want to make it more specific, we can propose some language as part of the first reading of an ordinance. Is there a particular area that's too far north for all of you to consider as part of Santa Ynez Valley?
I mean, thinking about it, I'm not opposed to it being open to Santa Ynez Valley. There's a lot of people that have a stake in Solvang that don't necessarily live within our jurisdiction. But, I mean, I just wonder, are we gauging what their investment in Solvang is based on their engagement or just
Their
location alone? Expertise, of course, is also a factor. I just would hate to see it in the future that this is not defined. Somebody wants to jump in that might not have vested interest in the community or an understanding of what the scope of work is.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways is you could actually do a map. You could do by community. Zip code is frequently a good indicator of where people are located. So if they have a residence that's not in 94963, but it is in an adjacent zip code, you could put that in the ordinance as your requirement. There's any number of ways that you could provide a definition, but I'm open to suggestions.
I would still like to see it as a valley-wide. One of the things we had recently was that we couldn't find enough applicants with the expertise in around Solvang, and when I was on the planning commission, it really was a husband and wife club. Everybody, there was a husband on the planning commission and a wife on a BA bar, or vice versa. I think opening it up to the valley made it nice to get some architects involved and things like that. The name thing I think is silly. It's just semantics. I mean, I call it the Colors and Signs Committee, or whatever you want to call it. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with whatever you guys want to do with it too. But I think should be still open up to valley residents that have an interest and some expertise that can benefit the most citizens of Solvang. I tend to think of everything in a populist sense here, and I try to do what's best for the most people. And this is not something that's the community is really passionate about. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm wholeheartedly for, as to what you see fit to do with this, whatever you want to call this acronym committee, is fine.
Thank you. I agree. What my intent was, so for instance, one of the current members of the BDC is an architect out of Santa Barbara. When he was approached by one of the other members of the BDC about what they thought about what was going on in Copenhagen, he says, I don't know, I haven't been there.
Is that Mr. Marchi?
Yes.
He lives here. He lives in the valley, but he's an architect in Santa Barbara.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
But he hadn't been to Solvang. He hadn't been coming in. So
I get it, yeah.
The intent, the first choice in my mind is people who live in Solvang, Second is people who run in businesses in Solvang, whether they live here or someplace else in the valley.
No complaints with that at all.
Yeah, but that's a selection process, you
And-
know.
And it is, yes, but the
And-
problem with the way it was written before was they could be from any place, preference to the San Ynez Valley.
Well, you could define it a little more strict from the standpoint of San Ynez Valley, but everything else would be a preference, you know, from who's coming in.
Fair enough. I mean, that was my intent in thinking of that, is we need to have as much as we can local influence, but if we can't find enough people, we're going to have a problem.
And that's kind of where we're at right now. But now we're up to 4, I think, right? And
I
I
have
think the
received
4
4
people are
applications.
qualified. One of them's very qualified, but she had to go to Europe to take care of a sick relative. So,
Yeah, I have not received an application from that person.
okay.
And I have been told that there were people that wouldn't volunteer under the prior council. I don't mean anything
No,
bad.
believe me, I get it.
So I think if we open it up and make it public and make it obvious, we can go on with this. I also wrote a statement, it's about 3 paragraphs, about basically what the intent of the BAR, BDC, DRC, whatever we want to call them, and I don't think that was put in the packet. So it is something that I think these folks need to see, is what do we expect from them? Because unfortunately, the BDC was put together without being told.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, please do.
And I think one of the biggest mistakes the previous council made was you had a good idea and you went about it not thinking about politics, not thinking about appearances. And so things went a little bit too fast, but one of the issues, and I even ran on this, was streamlining the building department. Now granted, we've got Lori Tamura as our building department. When we had a fully staffed building department, I can only speak for myself from the previous council, but I wanted to make it so easy for a business to come to Solvang. Like this new development across Mission, didn't want to do business in Solvang because he wasn't pleased with the planning department. To just make it easy. These are your colors, these are your umbrellas, these are this. And look in a book when you go in to get your permits, instead of having to go and wait 2 weeks and then wait 2 weeks. That was, I think, part of the reasoning for how that started, and then it just got haywire for many reasons. But
Yeah.
I think that's where that thinking was originally, and I sure wish that people could just come into to the city with a set of blueprints and be told this, and this, without having to go get 5 people, to tell you what to do.
And the interesting part of that was, when I was on the BAR, we frequently gave the ability to make a decision on certain issues to the people in the planning department. So they didn't have to come to the BAR to get approved. And if there was a second meeting, if it was something simple, we said, okay, planning department, you take care of it. As long as they agree to do what, the rules are, then you can approve it. So we did everything we could on the BAR when I was there to try and smooth things out. I think the new software that's going to help in the planning department is going to help a lot.
Good.
Because you'll be able to go online and find out what all the rules are. So yes, I think that's a great idea. So back to the issue. We have a name. I dislike branding in there, just because that's a marketing thing, and this is not a marketing group. I don't know what branding has to do with any of this. So it's a design review committee to me. And that's why I put it in there. You want to call it the BAR? Swell. I just don't like branding in there. That's all.
I'm fine with that, taking branding out. Design Review Committee.
So do we have a majority agreement on design?
These
review
are executive
committee?
decisions.
We're good.
Now the
Mayor?
design review committee, eh?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was just kind of wondering, did you want to take a line item
Yeah.
going down? It might be a little bit easier to do that and just kind of follow a format that was written out here.
You want to do that, or you want maybe to let our attorney have a shot at putting it together like he had suggested a little earlier?
Yeah, I think that's
Well, I love that idea even better.
One of the issues is we can set it up for first reading. You can make the changes at the first reading that you would like to see. So we can come up with a draft of an ordinance that will take care of this with the DRC as the name. and then you can make such changes at that meeting. The second reading, though, you cannot make those changes. So we want to make sure that we bake it in pretty good on the first reading. The only changes you can make on a second reading are for typos and inadvertent errors like that. But
Are you allowed to send it to us so we can send you comments even before the first reading?
I'm reluctant to do that for Brown Act reasons, because
Okay.
I am being used as an intermediary to come to a collective concurrence on action to be taken. I'm certainly happy to take direction at the meeting here if there are things that are particular to-do list items that you would like to see in there, for sure. But to a certain extent, I'm going to be guessing at what the council will want until you provide that input. But we can engineer it, we can put it up on the screen, and we can edit it as you see fit for the first reading.
I'll go with that.
Okay. All right, I think I've got a fairly clear understanding of where you want to go on that, so we'll bring you back a draft agenda for first reading next meeting?
Yes.
Next meeting then.
Thank you.
And I believe we're going to continue the outreach efforts to solicit applications during that period as well.
I would like to make a recommendation that we put in, okay, I'll toot my own horn. I wrote a pretty good, actually I stole a lot of it, statement on what would be the responsibilities. It's basically to maintain the city, the design, and so on and so forth. It's got some very good overall terms. Here's why you would be in this. And I think if we're going to put up that we're asking people to come and put in an application, they should know what it is going to be expected of them. And that statement, that 3-paragraph statement that Xenia has, I believe, does a pretty good job of explaining it.
Okay, we can take a look at that, and I think that's fairly common when you have a commission that's established. You provide some recitals in the ordinance as to what the purpose is, or we can put it even in the first part of the ordinance that this is the purpose of this committee.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I'm just thinking of for the applicants so they understand what they're applying for.
Okay, great.
Excellent. So are we going to close this item now and move on to item number 10
Yes,
with direction already given?
Yes.
correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam City Clerk, would you read the title of item number 10?
Item number 10 is COVID update. This item is really here to provide us with an opportunity to, kind of remind us of where we are with the COVID situation today, and also allow the council to make any general policy statements to us as staff in terms of COVID-19 situation and management. So I don't have any specific recommendations on this. There is no report in your agenda. This is a presentation only. But I have a few slides that are just kind of a snapshot of where we are today with COVID-19. These are some new dashboards that have been developed by the County of Santa Barbara as of recently. You can see that on the left here, it's the number of cases over time. And it shows quite a bit of a significant increase. You can see there from where we were and where we are now in November. You can see that the 7-day average cases per day has climbed to 444 a day. We have 2,704 active cases in the County of Santa Barbara. And on the right there, right next to the first graph of the number of cases a day, you will see the opposite projection, as you would anticipate, of the ICU bed capacity. And so you can see that our current ICU bed capacity has dropped off extremely significantly. It's very low right now, while the cases are rising. This chart here breaks down the cases by those areas as were first defined by the County of Santa Barbara at the onset of the pandemic. We are lumped into the area of the Santa Ynez Valley. So you can see there right kind of in the middle of the page. And you will see that total confirmed cases for Santa Ynez Valley are now up to 579. Daily cases here are now at 43 cases. And we are up to 10 deaths in our area, just for the Santa Ynez Valley. Obviously, you see that this is a much more significant increase than anything that we have been experiencing up to date. I think that you all are now, as our mayor as well, firsthand experiencing the fact that now we are unfortunately all knowing somebody somewhere nearby that has been tested positive. That's why our mayor is not here today with us, and many of us are having to follow up with the trickling effects of that. I would just like to mention that for workforce, it's really impacting as well, because if anybody by legal definition comes in contact with a positively tested person, we have to mandatory quarantine everyone on the workforce that came in contact with them for 14 days. So you can imagine that whenever any positive case comes in, that's a significant trickling effect on our operations. So we are implementing all of the safety guidelines, but I would like to just remind everybody that we are not business as usual. This is a pretty significant and very quickly evolving situation. There is been a few questions about the vaccines. Vaccines are managed by the county. They have created this new page on their website about the vaccines and the schedule and how those will be rolled out. Right now, they are rolling out the phase 1A for most impacted, for those in the hospitals and the really high risk. That phase is thought to be rolled out through the end of January, at which point there will be phase 1B before phases 2 and 3 are rolled out. And in phase 2B, you would notice that those who want to, within the critical infrastructure, which our local government falls into, would be able to be vaccinated as well. That concludes my report, and you can, this is really here for you to make any general comments or any policy direction if you would like to, or we can conclude this item and move on to the next agenda item after public comment.
Are there any questions of the staff report of council?
No questions.
No questions?
Any comments?
We should open this up to public comment.
Yes, are there any
Would
comments of the public?
Would anybody like to comment on this item? Please raise your hand if you're on Zoom, or unmute yourself if you are on the phone. I see no speakers on this item.
All right. We'll bring it back to council. I just should have made a comment before, but I just wanted to give a shout out, essentially, words of encouragement to all of our healthcare workers and frontline staff that are having to deal with this pandemic. The numbers that just were approved for our county yesterday were 779 positive cases of COVID just in one day, which is twice what it was on Friday. The numbers are just going through the roof, and there's all these little hot pockets that are around our area and around our county. And I would just, again, encourage everyone to continue to wear your masks and to try to practice your social distancing as much as possible. Please understand that wearing of the mask is not necessarily for your protection, but it is for the protections of all of those around you. I think that's kind of a given, that when you wear the mask, you're showing that you care for the community. And I would really encourage everyone to do that. The numbers are staggering right now. So do we have any other comments?
I have a few
related
comments
to this.
First of all, I want to make for the record, I'm not asking to be left out of the state to reopen Solvang. But when you have 10%, if he's saying that, if the pastor was saying that 500 people a day are getting meals in the city of Solvang, that's 10% of our residents that need help on a weekly basis to feed their families. My guess is they're workers, and they're probably essential, not essential workers, but they're restaurant, tourist, hotel, et cetera. We're dumping on those people, and there's nothing we can do about it but give money to give food to feed them and kill their self-esteem because they can't go to work. We've got our park benches are packed. Park benches right outside of a restaurant. People are sitting there and eating. I know this number gets thrown about a lot. I would love to know where, if the government would, or the county would let us know where the people who are getting sick, how they're getting it, where they're getting it. It's not public knowledge. It just says so-and-so was over the age of 70, had underlying conditions. You've got 1.4% being transmitted in restaurants, outdoor, that's actually indoor restaurants. 70% of COVID is being transmitted indoors. When the 15% threshold was crossed over Los Angeles, they shut it down the beginning of December. We've all followed the protocols, and this thing is getting worse and worse and worse every day. Something that the county and the state are doing is not working, and it's killing workers. It's killing restaurants. It's killing people. It's fine if you're a government employee or you're retired. It's okay. There's people out there that need help, that need to feed their families, and they need to go to work. And I am so pissed off at this that a guy can't go bus tables outdoor. You can take a plate of food at Checo, walk right around the corner and sit at a park bench with 15 strangers, but you can't sit on a table monitored in front of that restaurant. You can take a meal out to a park bench. You can take the meal and sit on a park bench right in front of a little bit of Denmark. But you can't have a staff person there cleaning up after you that's been trained. And we're killing the lower income people in this town that can't go to work and making a stand of it. And I'll get railed on tomorrow on Facebook, and I'll get railed on my email that I'm trying to kill people, and I'm not. But this lockdown is not working.
Thank
That's
you for
it.
those comments, Councilmember Clark. Are there any other comments from the council?
There's no other comment from the council.
All right. There's no action that we need to take on this particular item right now.
No, no action.
Can we, Madam City Clerk, can you read item number 10, the title?
Item number 11.
Excuse me, 11.
Is
I'm sorry.
council agenda format. This is really a very brief item just to allow you the opportunity to comment on the council agenda format as presented today. It's included in your agenda packet, and essentially what has changed is that the council comments were moved to the front of agenda, generally speaking, as well as the advanced calendar. Generally speaking, the rest of the agenda flow is unchanged from prior agendas. So for you, the action is just to discuss whether or not you have any comments on this agenda format and approve the agenda format
I have a
if the
comment.
council is in agreement.
A comment to my fellow council members and the mayor. I like the fact that council comments and requests and the things that we're passionate about, we can talk about at the beginning of the meeting. Would it be okay with everybody if we can have just one? I know in previous council, someone who sat over there would use that closing statements, and I would think, oh, we're almost ready to go home. Oh, no. But to make it very, very brief, just a brief council comment at the end, because things do come up during the meetings that are important that you realize after things are set from the public that you might want to address. To maybe have just a quick closing statement from each council member, maybe to surmise or to give a summary of what you've taken out of the meeting, and just to make a brief comment, not a point by point by point, because I think it's great to have that at the beginning of the meeting so the public who's awake can see where we stand on issues, but just to have one brief closing comment, I think it would be nice to do.
Are you suggesting it's optional?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean,
Absolutely.
item number 4 is optional too. At the beginning of a meeting, if we don't have anything that we're really passionate
I
about
just
that
wanted,
day.
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and it would be, definitely be optional. That's just an opinion.
But it would be part of the agenda format, that's the
Sure.
suggestion.
I would like that. I think that's a great idea.
I promise to never take 12 minutes to go on a tangent.
We could, just as a suggestion, put that right before the AB 1, 2, 3, 4 committee meeting reports, just last comments prior.
Because there are no AB 1, 2, 3, 4 readouts anymore.
It could be together or combined with that item.
Maybe we could do that and just add that as the agenda item, that final council comments and the committee reports.
Brief
As an
council
agenda.
comments.
Brief, yeah, brief.
Brief, yes.
I'd like to make a suggestion also. One of the nice things about the packet these days is every page is numbered. I would like to see the page number associated with each of these elements listed.
Online?
No, right here on the document, right on the agenda, well, so it would go online as well, yes. So when I see city manager report number 2, there'd be a page number, I can jump to that page immediately and I know where I am.
That's why I like this.
Oh.
I'm not fast.
Have you managed projects before?
Yeah. I just like it to be obvious, that's all.
Yeah, great idea.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. So, is there any additional comment from the council?
It just related to the agenda, I just would like to make sure, I know that there's been a lot of comments from the public that they would like to make sure that the agendas are posted at the same time as the agenda packet is posted at the same time as the agenda. And I'd really, hopefully we can get that to being on Wednesday by noon, or let's say 2 o'clock Wednesday afternoon, have everything with one posting, and it includes the agenda packet, so people aren't having to wait till later. And I know you've been very, very busy, but I think it would, being that we are really trying not to make any other changes at the last minute, I think it'd behoove us to try to at least get the agenda on as early as possible in the week prior to, so.
Thank you, Mayor, and that will be also included in more detailed discussion with the council protocols at the next item. I would just like to, if I may, address, in general, I think that adding the page numbers to the agenda itself to better guide the reader is a wonderful idea. We have periodically done it that way, depending on the staffing, and I would definitely like to deliver on all of those requests and improve both posting of the agenda and the packet as early as possible to allow the council and the community to review those items as early as possible and have that additional transparency. That is definitely all good, as well as the page numbers and the format. I would like to just briefly, once again, remind us that we are not in business as usual right now. So depending on COVID cases that we look at, the definite focus is going to be on delivering our core operations, which is first and foremost the water and wastewater operations, and of course maintenance as well. Other than that, if it's the council's priority to, and we can discuss at the next item a little bit more, to deliver on a specific date and time versus to continue to work on certain items unless they're emergency items, we can definitely prioritize that for you.
All right. Appreciate those comments. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda format?
I believe it would be with
Provisions.
2 amendments to that to add brief council comments along with the AB 1234 report is what I'm hearing. And then to also add page numbers to the agenda format for the packet.
I'll make a motion to adopt the council agenda format with the amendment to put comments after AB 1234 and to number the pages for the benefit of the readers.
Okay, is there
I'll
a
second that.
For a second,
Thank you.
can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Now we'll move on to item number 12.
Charlie, can I make a,
Madam's-
I apologize, not to step on toes, but by law, we have to make an
Oh.
amendment to run this meeting past 9:30. Somebody's got to make a motion, unless you want to go home.
That's why I had my microphone on.
You had your suitcase packed. So
Can
I'll
I
make a
have a
motion to
motion
run the
to,
meeting
uh,
after 9:30.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Sorry.
Can I make another?
No, thank you. I didn't, it's hard to see the timetable
Yeah, you-
right
you
here,
can't-
so.
It's right there. You can't see it.
Yeah. Can I make another suggestion? We've got city protocols to go, and we've got IDK sitting there waiting to give us a marketing, so they don't have to sit around and listen to all of this. Would you like to have them do their pitch first, and then we'll finish this off? Because we're going to hang around either way. We,
Yes.
Would you like to modify the agenda?
Yes, let's modify the agenda and we'll move item 13 to item 12.
So we'll move to item 13, which
Which
is
is-
receive monthly marketing update from IDK Events. And with that, I would just simply turn it over to Scott Shoemake online and his team. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Councilmember Infante, for making that motion to move us ahead. I appreciate that. And Mayor and Council, thank you for having us. So this is our first monthly marketing update to the new council. So I'll sort of kind of walk through what we've accomplished in the last month and, give you guys an opportunity to ask any questions. And then if there's any modification or any data that you guys would like that we're not supplying, I'm happy to update these monthly reports to meet whatever your needs are moving forward. So obviously it's been a complicated month. We were able to pull off a modified version of Yule Fest. And I'll give a little bit of an update there. Moving forward or looking ahead, we're excited to be working with the Overhoy on its 110th anniversary of celebration of Solvang, as well as working closely with the Chamber on their 100th anniversary. We're excited that the Overhoy was able to sort of piggyback and reclaim the school Solvang branding that we've started working on over the last 2 quarters, and be able to carry that forward through the celebration of Solvang, both virtually and hopefully towards the end of the year in person throughout this year. So, looking forward to that, we're excited. In terms of Yule Fest, early on we made the decision to modify a lot of the Yule Fest offerings in order to keep it socially distanced and in line with state and county health guidelines at the time. Those guidelines became stricter a couple of weeks after Yule Fest began, but because we were very conservative in how we were staging the Yule Fest events, the more strict rules didn't really affect us, which is good. The main piece of Yule Fest this year was obviously the Nisei Adventure, which was our digital scavenger hunt throughout Solvang. There are 2 kind of primary objectives there. One, obviously, is give folks an opportunity and an excuse to wander around town and experience Solvang and view all of the lights and get to know the town a little bit better. But from a marketing perspective, it's also a very valuable opportunity to collect data on our guests and have an opportunity to retarget them later in the year. So To that end, as a direct result of Yule Fest this year, we were able to add 5,976 contacts to our email database. So our total tourism mailing list as of the end of the year was 21,191 people. The Nice Adventure had 7,100 site visits, totaling 8,500 unique visitors. We had a total of 19,000 page views. 3,000 people started the adventure, and 537 completed it. That seems like a giant drop off, but that's partially intentional and partially, because the completion is sort of one prize per family. So you may see, a family of 4 doing it together, but then they only one family will claim the prize and see the completion. So the other sort of intentionality there is we want people to explore all parts of Solvang. So there were a couple of places that were a bit off the beaten path. So for example, I believe Stop 6 we had as the Overhoy Museum, because we really wanted people to sort of wander out there and experience that. And so, some folks that wanted to stay specifically in the TRC may not necessarily wanted to go out there. Astounding in my mind, and kudos to the team that I have working for me. The 56% of the visits to the Nice Adventure were direct visits. So people were coming directly to niceadventure.com, which is a URL that we established last year as part of our initial Yule Fest adventure with Solvang. And 36.8, so 56.1% of those were direct URLs. So we'll go into where they found us in a little bit, but and then 36% of them came from referral, mostly from solvingyulefest.org, and then 4% came from social media, mostly Facebook and Instagram, and then 2% from organic search. So what's nice about that is it shows us that roughly 80% of the people that came to the Nice Adventure came as a direct result of our marketing efforts, which is good. On the prizes, one of the things we did is we actually physically send via U.S. Postal Service physical prize. Actually a fairly high value prize. It's either and people get to choose. It's either a Yule Fest wine glass, a Yule Fest beer stein, or a ornament, a Danish ornament. And, they cost us about $3 a unit and then another $6 to $7 to ship. So it's an expensive activation, but the value of the contacts and the data of having people's physical addresses is far exceeds the $10 cost per completion. On the Yule Fest website itself, we had 12,000 visits, 15,000 unique visitors, 20,000 page views. 38% of that traffic was referred, mostly from Solvang USA. 20% from search, which is good, and that tells us that people were interested in, or that roughly a fifth of those people knew about Solvang, were interested in seeing what we were doing for Christmas this year. Almost 10% came from social, 54% of which was from Instagram. That's huge compared to last year where it was in the half a point. So this shows just in the last year how much social has grown. So that's it on the boring number bit. And then there's a couple of highlights, I think, from our social team and from the media, the PR side that I want to highlight quickly. And I'm just going to quickly share this. So we'll start on the PR side, if that's okay. Make sure that can you see my screen okay? Yeah, looks like you can. So Anna, do you want to take us through some of the PR successes for Yule Fest?
Sure. I'd like first to just can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good, okay. I just want to make kind of an overarching kind of social commentary here. For anybody who cares, anybody who's out there listening right now and watching, about how tough the past year has been for Scott and me, and for any destination and anybody who is in any sort of hospitality or tourism marketing whatsoever. And I'm sure the SYV and everybody else would agree with me. Talking about not being able to please all the people all the time, we have just been walking this insanely fine line for the almost entire past year of, I'm local, I live in Solvang, and I see both sides of trying to please people and make people feel safe that we're not actually proactively going after all of these possible germ spreaders coming to the valley, but also trying to support our businesses. And it's a really, really tough job. And I just want to make people aware of that. I don't think people who aren't in our line of work really think about that much. We've been trying very hard to kind of, again, walk that fine line and do this safely. So I just wanted to put that out there as just something for people to think about who wouldn't normally think about that. So that said, and part of the reason I wanted to say that is that we did have some people who were a little bit upset about the fact that we may have been promoting Yule Fest more so than we actually were. And a lot of that stemmed from a local TV news clip that posted really close to Christmas, where it was updated video that they came and shot, but they posted it with a press release that was actually from the beginning of November. So it looked as though the press release was new, and it was not. We started to promote Yule Fest in what it was at that time, which wasn't much, in early November, and we never after that submitted anything else proactively to the press, obviously because things deteriorated as far as the ability for people to travel. So I just wanted to get that out in the open and set the record straight that we were not doing any kind of really proactive press once things started to shut down. So that said, some of this first slide would be new to you. It was not on last month's report. This is kind of just some really high level stats that I've collected as of December 31st, trying to assign a value, publicity value or media value. And I put a little definition there so that you could see what it is for anybody who's not familiar with that, on press clips that I had gathered as of December 31st. And that value was already totaling more than 250,000. And I'm still combing through all of the data and clips that I've found. So this is not the final number, but $250,000. And basically that's kind of a very simple way for us to gauge, like I said in here, in lieu of marketing. So instead of our paying for advertising space that would cost $250,000 to promote this, this is basically free advertising. It's not entirely free, but it's press, it's earned media coverage as opposed to paying for advertising space, be it digital or in print, with the media coverage that we have received for Yule Fest. So then moving on, that second bullet down there was basically one of the software platforms that I use to do all this analysis. I can upload a whole bunch of links to all different coverage and it will spit back this. So I analyzed 53 pieces of coverage, and then it gives me the estimated coverage views, which is that third box over, 9.58 million. That's the software estimating exactly that, how many views each of our news clips might have received. Obviously, giant sites like Yahoo Finance or something are going to give you millions of coverage views, whereas some of our local outlets will give you maybe in the hundreds of views. So that's what that is. And then that 300K social shares is actually not necessarily a share, that's some form of engagement with any of these media clips. If somebody saw a KYT article and shared it or liked it or commented or anything like that on any of the social platforms that this tracks, that number shows up there. So all of our news clips, any coverage that the Solvang Yule Fest received coverage in, that's 300K social shares, which is a lot. Okay, Scott, next slide. And then this is just again, just a quick chart showing a bunch of the outlets where some of these pieces that I specifically analyzed, where they came from and where they appeared, our news coverage. Next chart. Okay, so some of this was reported last month. This was coverage that we had already received as of mid-December. And again, it was all front loaded because we didn't proactively promote once the shutdown happened after the beginning of December. So these were some of the nice articles that we received placement with stats on those. Next slide. These were also reported because this all happened before about December 12th or December 14th. Next slide. And then we had some new articles hit. So Thrillist on down, these are new articles that hit after mid-December. that stemmed from things that I already had in the works, unfortunately, before all of this happened. And we got lucky in that most outlets these days, when they're talking about anything that has to do with the destination or travel, will say, they'll have a disclaimer somewhere either at the end or the beginning of the article that says, you know, things have changed, things are changing on a daily basis, and please always check with your destination on their COVID guidelines before you go. Next slide. And then, so 2 more clips, and then after that, I am also just trying to point back to why all of these press clips do matter, and how this can be trackable when it comes down to it. So you can kind of go to the next slide, Scott. So this is a listing, and I have it squished into 2 different slides, of the referring websites to solvangulefest.org. So through Google Analytics, we're tracking where people are coming from when they get to solvangulefest.org. And in that right-hand column where it says media coverage, anywhere that it says yes here, this is showing you in these top 10 or 11 refers to UleFest that these were all from press coverage. These are all sites that had press coverage about UleFest, included the link, the direct link to Solvang UleFest, and then people referred their way over. The places where I have the little thanks written there on the media coverage column, those are all partners basically. So Visit Santa Barbara, Solvang USA, it's us, but our partner. I'm just saying thank you because we received direct referrals from their sites. And then if you scroll down again, Scott. So again, more press coverage. I stopped counting at about 20. Those would be our top 20 refers, but it keeps going. So you can see all of those yeses. That's all because of press coverage that we received that then drove people directly to solvangulefest.org. And a few more of those thanks for some other destinations, including Buellton, who's down there at the bottom. So again, this is just kind of showing the hand in hand of the press coverage, and then that people actually take action on that, and they click through those links in those articles, and that's how they got to solvangulefest.org.
Cool. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. And one thing, Anna doesn't do a good job of tooting her own horn, but I want to make clear in here that a lot of this, obviously there's a lot of coverage that is regurgitated. So every year, there's algorithms that will scrape coverage from previous years. And I'm sure you've read about like the bots that will create news. So, a lot of the most Christmassy towns and top Christmassy towns lists just get kind of recycled and regurgitated. So we're not counting a lot of that regurgitated media in these numbers that we're presenting. Obviously, some of that's going to come in. We can't avoid it completely, but the majority of what Anna is presenting here is excluding all of that sort of regurgitated media because that happens. Whoever is sitting in this chair, whoever is responsible for marketing the town, that stuff's just going to pop up. So we don't want to take credit for that. We feel that would be a bit unethical. So we're not including some of that regurgitated stuff. So obviously some of it's going to end up in here, but for the most part, everything that we're showing is not that kind of recycled, regurgitated stuff that's going to pop up every year, no matter what. So moving on quickly is social, and I apologize that my social team couldn't be here. So December was another great month for us. In terms of social, you can see that our growth rate continues to far exceed industry standards, both in a pandemic year and a non-pandemic year. So we had 368,000 impressions, 9, I'll zoom in a little bit for everybody at home, a 9.3% growth rate, over the month, which is great. So we had a net increase of 1,363 followers. Again, as I've said, 8 months ago when we started, or 9 months ago when we started with this, that this was going to be a huge focus for us because this new, the group of people that may not necessarily know about Solvang, that have money and want to travel, this is how they're getting their information. And so growing this channel has been very important to us. And so we focused on it tremendously. So over 3 months, our net growth rate for the quarter ending 31st December was 26.6%. with an average reach of 5,700. Our best performing posts, this is very interesting because, to my knowledge, there was never real, and if there was, I apologize to whoever was in this chair before me. But to my knowledge, we never really had hard, facts about what the average tourist in Solvang is actually interested in. I think anecdotally we all sort of know, but it's nice to have facts sort of backing that up. So we can see that overwhelmingly our Instagram audience responds to the sort of charm and architecture pieces. And you can see that in these top 5 posts, they're all architecture and charm, which is good, and we'll continue to focus on that. We'll continue to deliver what people are interested in. So our Facebook page views were down a little bit. That's not unusual. We weren't posting as much on Facebook. Twitter, it's not something that we're actively pursuing. For right now, it's hard to tell our story in 150 characters. So it's not a channel that we're actively attacking. So, I'm not seeing a lot of increase there, which is fine. Linktree, this is how people are finding the different spots within, that we're putting out there. So the Solvang landing page, our Facebook pages, Instagram, our information about COVID compliance issues, things like that. Linktree is sort of the top so that we can track where those people are coming from and where they're going. So you can see that overwhelmingly our users are mobile, which jives well with how we're doing how we did the Nice adventure this time. And also that, people are still actively clicking on that link tree, which means that they're coming to our social pages, they're learning about our stuff, and then they're actively looking for more information, which is a powerful metric for us. It's enough on Linktree, I think. We're just showing sort of where people are going. So, obviously one of the big ones is the Santa Barbara County Public Health Portal. People are interested in that. They're interested in Solvang USA, dining options, where to stay, things to do, filming. All of these are very important to our visitors. And I think that's important to note that, I've said multiple times that we have a very different, we're marketing to a different segment than your regional DMO is. Obviously their focus is on the wine tourist. And I think that's great. And, so rather than beating that horse, we're sort of trying to complement what is happening on that side. And you can see that effort's sort of paying off in what people are coming to us to look for. And so yeah, wine's not real big on that list. And, it's conspicuous enough that it's not there that I wanted to point it out, but it's understandable knowing that, we're trying to target a different segment sort of alongside the efforts of the regional DMO, which I think is important. So, the more information. This is worth patting my social team on the back for. They've outperformed travel industry growth by 11,000% in the year that we've, that's for December. I think that's great. And I mean, I can't compliment them enough. They get literally thousands of emails and direct messages and comments every month, and they're doing a fantastic job of responding to those. And it's obvious in the fact that the channel continues to grow. So throughout 2020, we saw 7,544 new followers. We saw 2,400 on Instagram. We saw 2,400 on Facebook, and 83 in Twitter, which again, we're not really focused on that. So all in all, in the middle of a pandemic for a tourist platform, we did pretty well. 2020's top performing content actually matches our December top performing content, so charm and architecture. Obviously, we compare ourselves to everybody around us in our market because, we don't want to sort of rest on our laurels. So Our 30-day engagement rate is higher than any of the other DMOs in our region. We included Visit Santa Barbara because they're huge and as was mentioned earlier today, very well funded. But we're competing very well with them on both followers and engagement. So I think that given the relatively small budget that we're using to target these people, I think that's important. So lastly, a reminder, our influencer campaign, we had folks come in this year, throughout the period that tourism was allowed. We brought folks in and created these sort of experiences that folks could live like the influencers. So we did a dog-friendly one, we did a budget-friendly one, we did a luxe one, a family-friendly one, and those turned out to be very, very popular. So overall, we can see that drove hotel stays, which ultimately drove TOT and helps the businesses. So I think that overall our influencer campaigns were great. As we continue to build the website and continue, kind of building out the infrastructure that we think needed to be there over the next few months, we'll start to find homes for some of these itineraries, and I think that they'll become even more popular. Moving forward for the rest of, certainly this month and as things continue, we're really focused on the history of Solvang. I think the 110th anniversary helps us and working on creating that desire to travel once it's appropriate to do so. So that's what we're focused on right now. So if you look, I'm going to stop this and just reshare one thing here. If you look at, there we go. If you look at our social channel, ever since the more strict stay-at-home orders and tourism was restricted, we've pivoted to talking more about the architecture, the history, and focusing on hygge and the feeling of comfort, and really focusing on education as opposed to a direct call to action to travel. So and then again, within our comment section, you'll see comments like, I'm just clicking a random one right now. Are you currently open? And you see that we're responding to every single one of these people so that they are aware that we're, it's a canned response. We just say we're currently subject to a state stay-at-home order. Some of our businesses are safely open at limited capacity, and we recommend reaching out to them directly. So, like I said, I could get direct information, but I'm certain it's in the thousands of those comments and direct messages that we are responding to on a monthly basis at this point. So with that, I'll answer any questions, and I apologize for going a few minutes long.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Scott. Pardon me.
Yes, sir.
You're running the solvangusa.com website, and on that website, you can, an individual can book any of the 34 hotels, I believe you have listed on there?
Yes, sir.
This is, you heard me rail on Visit San Ynez Valley a little bit. They have the same 34 hotels. So, and we don't get this kind of performance report. This is helpful. I'd like to hear a little bit more in the future about, percentage of hotel rooms rented, how many of them came through your website, that type of thing, or our website that you're running. But I like this. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions?
No. Thank you, Scott.
No problem.
I had a question. Scott, on the, oh my gosh, now I'm drawing a blank on it was one of your last slides. And it was related to the type of experiences that, the influencer, yes. On the influencer analytics, you had mentioned some of the categories that you had done, the subcategories, broken them out. Do you have any thoughts and ideas of going forward, if COVID stays like it is now, to adding any other types of subcategories to what you already have?
Yeah, so that's actually something that I've spoken briefly with the Overhoy, and we sort of it's funny, we started the year 2020 out so excited. I mean, I'm an art nerd, and I was just super excited about the Rembrandts coming to the Overhoy, and so we've really talked about how we can support what the Overhoy is doing with a lot of their stay-at-home programming. One of the things we did right before the pandemic is we actually had a film crew go out to Ingeborg Chocolate and do a sort of man on the street segment with them. We had them do Burkholm Bakery and kind of learn how pastries are made. We did another one with Jeff Paschke, literally watching him do the Able Skeever.
Skewers, yeah.
Yep. And so we have all that footage, and we're working, we kept it on the shelf for a little bit, trying to decide how we're going to use it. But I think given the current trajectory, I think we'll continue to, sorry, my dog just pounced at the window, scared the hell out of me. We kind of kept that stuff on the shelf, and we're going to look at kind of over the next couple of probably 6 to 8 weeks, how we can use that footage and how we can help drive with the chamber, how we can help drive business, drive new customers, our people that would ordinarily come and stay in the hotels and then visit the shops, how we can drive those people to local businesses and have them learn about Solvang at the same time. So working with Overhoy on the history side, with Solvang, the chamber by plugging into the chamber's business relationships, and then using some of that interesting footage that we have to try and kind of create packages to drive online sales is our focus in the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I thank you for all that you do for Solvang and all that you've been doing throughout this entire pandemic. I know it hasn't been easy. The mission has changed a few different times, just to be honest. And you've kept on top of everything for the residents and for the council. I, for one, really appreciate it. Hopefully we will be able to get back to some of our special events. Sure miss those.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yes. Are there any other council comments?
I just have one. Scott, will my comments get us kicked off Twitter?
I don't know.
Okay.
Anna, the resident expert, is shaking her head, so maybe not.
Is that affirmative or negative?
No, and it's not any of your comments or anything else. It's the media these days. I mean, we can't control what they do, unfortunately, and they're just after sensational. That's what I say, sensational stories, and they'll put words in your mouth anytime they can.
Okay.
So it won't be your direct comments.
Thank you, Scott.
Yes, Scott, thank you again for that report. No action taken on this at this time.
No action.
Do we want to take it to public comment?
Yes, briefly, we can open up to public comment. There's nobody here in person. If anybody online, there's just a couple of people with us. If anybody online would like to make a comment on this, please raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Hey, it's Jennifer. I want to just say, Scott, I follow the Instagram and it's really been great. So great images, well done, great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to make a comment on this item? Seeing no more comments.
And there is any more council discussion on this, or there should be no action taken on this item, correct?
There is no action on this item. It's just to receive report.
Okay. We now move to item 14.
12.
This would be
I'm sorry.
item originally scheduled as
Going
12.
upside down, we switched that around, going back to item 12.
So item 12 is review and adopt city council protocols. I will just briefly walk us through the few recommendations here. Essentially, there was a set of council items or council protocols that was used by the city, originally adopted in 2011. It went through a couple of slight revisions in 2013, 2015, and 2017. That set of council protocols is listed in your packet, starting on page 263 as attachment B. Attachment A in your council packet, starting on page 260, is what the council had replaced city council protocols with in 2019. It was adopted in November of 2019. It's a much shorter set of council protocols with a lot less spelled out and more ambiguity in certain areas. So my recommendation is to actually use as a starting point the longer-standing set of council protocols that was originally adopted in 2011 and last time amended in 2017. And if Jeremy, my screen is sharing, I will just walk through just a couple of slight revisions that are recommended here to this version on page 2, starting on 280 and then kind of moving into 281. I had recommended eliminating the City of Solvang employee handbook to be just deleted from this set of documents. It's not because the employee handbook doesn't exist or isn't there, it's just that I didn't see why that part should be as part of the council protocols. It's not a council protocol. We have a lot of other policies that are applicable and are here and are adopted by council, but they're not council protocols per se. Then the next item that I would like to highlight is something that you have brought up under council agenda item a couple of items ago, which is section 6.2 of these council protocols, which calls for certain procedures for the agenda packet preparation. I would like to just highlight here that this section says that the city manager reviews and approves all items for the council agenda. Agenda packets are compiled, photocopied, and distributed through the city clerk's office. I added this section just to be very clear about the differentiation between council protocols and the city code. The part in red is what the city code states, is that the City of Solvang code requires that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the city clerk shall post and mail copies of the agenda by 12 noon on the Thursday preceding the city council meeting, but in no event no later than 72 hours preceding a regular city council meeting. So that just goes into, the code calls for distribution on noon on Thursday, and of course, in compliance with the Brown Act, no later than 72 hours. And then the last sentence there says that based on your feedback and public feedback, that to further enhance transparency, the council protocols establish that agenda packets will normally be available for the council at noon on Wednesday prior to the city council meeting. So that just spells out a little bit more clearly the law versus the protocols. And then the last item that's suggested to be modified here is adding, this is the only paragraph that I suggested that would be maintained from some of the changes that were made in 2019, and that is including this paragraph on nepotism for the city council. That concludes my report, unless you have any questions or anything else you would like to review out of this document in more detail.
I don't.
Madam City Manager, what was that last item, the notation on it? What is that, 7, 8? Oh,
8.
Okay. So Madam City Manager, after the request that I had made earlier in the evening, I'm just wanting to double check that it's supposed to be posted no later than Thursday at noon and mailed, or can we move that up to Wednesday?
So what this says here is that the city Solvang city code requires that it should be posted no later than noon on Thursday. However, the city council protocol to further enhance transparency establishes that agenda packets will normally be available for the council at noon. You would notice that the council or the city code also states barring unforeseen circumstances. So I think, there's some flexibility there. Shall there be really unforeseen circumstances such as an
Right.
emergency? The 72 requirement is obviously not something that can be waived, but this now sets a structure to where normally agenda would be distributed at noon on Wednesdays.
Okay. That was my recollection from prior clerks and councils, that most all of the packets, I know in the past, all the reports needed to be given to the city clerk, who had been putting the agendas together by Tuesday at noon, in order for them to be able to make copies and get everything all ready for Wednesday. Is that still somewhat the procedure?
We have a lot less staff now, so I think it's somewhat the procedure. For example, for this agenda, most of the reports were written by me, so I give reports to myself and put them on the agenda and in the packet. So in that sense, we have a little bit less process, just being a slimmer organization. But yes, it would still be, I would set the internal process for anyone producing the reports on staff, myself, and consultants to have those delivered to me in time for it to be published on Wednesday. As I've mentioned earlier today, unfortunately, we are dealing with a very fluid situation, and the new human resources laws and guidelines are quite stringent, to where I really don't have an option if somebody comes in contact with a COVID case, to where I would have to quarantine employees, which obviously can have quite a bit of a domino effect in terms of what can or cannot be done remotely. But like I stated before, if the council's number one priority is to get the agenda out on Wednesday at noon, then we can stop work and deliver to you the packet that is available on Wednesday at noon within the format that you just adopted. Unless there is any absolutely urgent matters that I may advise that you still consider.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Yes. Why 8?
By 8?
Number 8, nepotism. Why? Is that really a problem?
I don't necessarily know of whether it's a problem or not personally, but I think it's a good practice, just as, I mean,
But if I read this, what it says is I can't appoint my wife, but Claudia can appoint my wife. Is that right? How am I doing, Dave?
Now I'm going to have to read it in the light of that.
Because this makes no sense. Now, I know Councilmember Clark and some of the prior council didn't like the fact that there was 4 couples, which there was only 3 real couples, the other 2 had divorced. And there was only one situation where it was a city council member and somebody else, and the city council member's wife, sorry, was in a different commission. She was not appointed by the city council member. So, and because all these other couples cared, and were trying to do a good job because they cared, and now this seems to be a problem, I really don't see the need for that.
Well, I would say that just reading through this and refreshing my memory, that the mayor or city council member shall not appoint as an employee or officer. I can see that as
A
being.
conflict of interest
very
in certain
much
cases. I
applicable.
absolutely agree.
But I wouldn't consider a BAR or a planning commission to be an employee or an officer.
Correct.
I mean, it's a stipend.
Ah.
It's a stipend, and it's
There,
$100.
that's what I would have read. See, I didn't understand
I
that.
wouldn't consider that to be a paid, it's a stipend. So
But
I don't.
I'm going to ask our lawyer to tell you.
Well, there's a couple different things going on here, the way it's worded,
To
and,
me, it seems like, just as an employee, you can't hire my wife to work in the office.
yeah, and I apologize for not being prepared to address this a little bit more in depth, but in looking through the language, there's about 3 different things going on here. One, you've got the first sentence that says, "The mayor or council member shall not appoint as an employee or officer a person who's related by blood." Then you've got the provision in the next sentence that says, "Nor shall the city manager or any other appointing authority appoint to any such position any relative of his or the mayor or a member of the council." So it's a bar on the council from appointing as an employee or officer, and then the city manager or any other appointing authority. So if you had, for example, a department head who has the power to appoint employees, that would prevent with that language, appointing a relative of his or hers, or of the mayor or of any member of the council. The third thing, though, is the sentence that starts further at the end. "It is the intent of this anti-nepotism provision that no family members or relatives to the third degree of the current mayor or members of the city council shall be appointed to serve on any of the city's boards, commissions, or committees." That's distinct from the other provisions there.
So that's, okay. I would accept all of that except that last line. Do you agree, Robert?
Sure.
I mean, because that's what you said. You didn't think it had to do with the BAR, and that's what it says right there in that last line. So if we delete that last line, then I would go along with that one.
I'm talking the last sentence that starts
That
with
last
further?
sentence, the one you just agreed to that says further. Because now you're saying I can't, none of us can appoint a family member to an employee position or manager position, that's fine. The boards and commissions, if you want to say directly, I can't appoint a family member, but Claudia can. So I don't know how you say that, but this is, I don't see the need for that one.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the city council shouldn't be hiring any employee. That's why we have a city manager and then their staff. The city council is only charged with hiring the city manager and our city attorney, and the rest is left up to the staff, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Mayor, for.
It's not Tammany Hall?
But the last sentence says, shall be appointed to serve on any of the city boards, commissions, or committees. So if no family members or relatives of the third degree of the current mayor or members shall be appointed to serve on the city boards. I don't agree with that. You're telling me that because someone's related to Jim, they can't be on a commission or a committee that they want to help on?
I'd probably agree with it.
Your relatives aside. Okay, Claudia. I would prefer to delete that last sentence.
Is there any further comment, questions?
I'm okay with it. I just think it looks bad to have us pointing our family members to other boards and commissions. It looks bad, but I have no problem taking that out.
I think I understand that it looks bad, but let's think about the fact that we are a town of less of 6,000 people, so we can do our best to avoid conflict of interest, but one of us is always going to be living too close to a project that we're supposed to be giving a consensus on, or
But that's
I think in a town like this, it's pretty hard, and we have seen that there's not a lot of interest in civic engagement. So anything that prevents people from serving that can do a good job hurts us a little bit more than if we were a bigger town where we had a bigger pool of people. That being said, I think that through our appointment processes, so we can ratify the appointments that we make, the rest of the council can voice, concerns.
Yeah.
And certainly the public is very vocal about what impression they have of the intent of the council and its appointees. So I don't have a problem with that being taken out. And in fact, I would take this as an opportunity to let the public know that there are lots of opportunities to serve and to help the city work better. So it doesn't have to be our husbands and wives serving. They can serve as well too. But I think it's good to have the option if it comes to that.
Okay, this item does require your council approval, so it would require a motion. And obviously,
I'll move that we accept this with the one modification that the last sentence of item number 8 be deleted.
okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Do we need to get public comment on this first?
Yes, thank you.
Actually, we do.
We will open this to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this item before council takes action? If you are online, please raise your hand or unmute yourself if you would like to speak on this item. See no public comment. We have had a motion and a second. I will take roll call. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Moving on to item number 14.
Item number 14 is a request for proposals for city attorney services. Typically, we don't always bring requests for proposals before the proposals are received and there is a need to approve a contract. However, in this situation, we are in a little bit different circumstances. You appoint the city attorney as well as the city managers, the only two positions. You took an action via a special city council meeting on December 21st to where you appointed an interim city attorney. And you also discussed issuance of the RFP. So for all transparency of this process, this item is here before you with the entire language of the RFP included in the agenda packet. Starting on page 293. The RFP schedule is on my slide, Jeremy, and basically it states that the RFP will be issued tomorrow. There is a number of deadlines, including a deadline to submit the proposal, receive the proposal by February 19. There would be tentative interviews and presentations the weeks of March 1st through March 15th. To where the city would determine the final candidate for contract negotiations on March 22nd, and the target contract start date would be April 5th. So this is a fairly aggressive schedule in terms of getting this out and receiving proposals and accepting a proposal. And you have all the further detail about qualifications, questions that they would be required to answer, and how the proposals would be evaluated, included in your packet. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. And the interim city attorney was not in any way involved in development of this RFP.
Do we have any questions of council at this time?
No, looks great.
Nope.
See no questions from the council?
We take it out to public comment.
Yes. Would anybody like to comment on this item in person or online please raise your hand if you would like to speak on this, or unmute yourself. Seeing no speakers. We can close the public comment.
We can close the public comment. I'd like to bring it back for discussion or action. Do we have any more comments related to that, or do we just want to make a motion? Can I have a motion?
I'll move that we accept that we issue the RFP.
Can I have a second?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurik.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Moving on to item number 15. I think I may be the only one that participated in any committee meetings. So just briefly, I attended on December 21st an SB-CAG meeting. It's basically the last meeting of the year for the prior council members. There were a few items that were discussed and voted on quickly. Final Measure A strategic plan was approved. A new purchasing policy was updated and approved. And there was some projects that were approved and authorized the chairman to execute a cooperative agreement. One of them was Highway 166, Highway 1 intersection. That would be in the city of Guadalupe. SBCAG committed $325,000 in Measure A funds, and that would be to complete the project approval and environmental document for the phase for the intersection project. And there was a transportation emergency preparedness plan that was approved for Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. A lot of this had to do more with Santa Barbara south through Ventura, basically just as a little update to try to plan ahead for some of the contingencies that took place with the debris flow and the mudslides, the fire where it shut down Highway 101 coming north into Santa Barbara County from Ventura County. So that was approved. There was a $99,999 in unallocated regional early action planning grants that came from the Monterey Bay area government. And it raised the total for the year up to $329,000, and that would be used in the work element that they're trying to carry out for the 6th Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which is called RENA process. That is something that this coming Thursday, the City Council of Buellton will be hearing from the RENA representatives a report on the housing element that's being updated as we speak. I would like to, if possible, have that brought forward here and have the same thing for City of Solvang, for all of you to hear the housing update that's coming forward with the new housing plans that the state has given to the all of the counties, and then by virtue of that, all of the cities too. So there was also a resolution presented to Caltrans in recognition of Highway 101 Linden and Casitas Pass project, that whole plan down there in the south. There was, for the Regional Transport Support Facility, $4.4 million allocated to purchase real property at 6416 Hollister Avenue, which is going to be used as the hub for the Regional Transit Support Facility. And that would be where the rail, Coastal Express, any of the Clean Air Express, all of those would have that as a hub that they can all operate out of. And that was approved. And there was also the approval, as I mentioned, of the regional housing needs allocation methodology. And that is something that the city of Buellton will be hearing in their council meeting this coming Thursday. I think that was it for SB CAG. I guess one last thing, and I believe it was part of SB CAG. It may be part of the Air Pollution Control District because that was the other meeting that I attended. Clean Air Express has now has devices now that they can take credit cards on the rides themselves. So they're planning to implement that at the end of January, and that's with a partnership with the California State Transportation Agency. The devices will allow riders to tap a credit card, phone, or smartwatch and pay for their ride without having to use a traditional transit pass. And just as a point of information for any of our listeners and for you, the Clean Air Express is looking for volunteers to help test the new system. If you or you know of someone who is interested to test the system, please send an email to service@cleanairexpress.com. And that concludes my reports for SB CAG and Air Pollution Control District.
There appears to
think-
be no other reports from the council members.
No.
No more reports.
No more reports, so we stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for attending.